tech things that Herbert put in there with the doors and with other functions for security. So go check it out.
How you doing?
Awesome
Now,
build.
Herbert Joyce, if y'all have never heard of Herbert
What's
Joyce
wrong with
Jr. is
Ash?
the
What's going
creator
on,
of
Ash?
Metacourt, which now
Hmm.
he is updated. It's Metacourt 2.0. But also, he was on here last week, actually. He was talking with
Yep.
us, and we were talking a little bit about his involvement in the community and how he got his start in here. And he basically joined right before the beta opened up, talking about really wanted to get in here and just get something built. But Metacord just kind of came to him as something he wanted to create as a space for other people. And, it's something that we kind of had a different, but it's on the same time, a similar thought about it. See, I build worlds that I want to hang out with, something that I want to
Hmm.
actually be in, because then if my friends want to come and hang with me, it's a place where I would want to go. And he said the opposite. He said that he wanted to build places for other people to hang out, for them to enjoy. What when you got your world now? Obviously, Herbert built that for you to have a space for you to be able to conduct business. But if you were to build a world, what kind of world would you want to build?
That's a great question. I was actually thinking about that earlier today. Um, Primarily a place of peace, just to get away sometime for the from the noise of, we club hop, we go to podcasts, something quiet, to go and refresh. So I was actually thinking about that today, and my one of my sisters, she's a therapist, and I was actually thinking about networking and bringing her in,
Mm,
to bring into a place like this where if anyone is struggling with something, they could come in and have a support system to talk to. So yeah, we need more of that.
absolutely. No, we had somebody on here probably a month or so ago, Lolly D. She was talking about starting her own show, which now she does have with Good Morning Soapstone, and she has her own Let's Talk About It world. And something that I really love is hearing people who want to give back, who want to help, who want to be able to
Yep.
just talk through things. And I think we need more of that. And there's
Yeah.
plenty of people out there that are willing to create worlds. But do you think that you want to make your own world to just kind of get started? And I mean, if you look at this world, this is a very basic world, so you don't have to make anything great. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be something that you put, into it, or if you find somebody who can help you. But I do think that if you have that message, regardless of what the world looks like, people are going to come and check it out. Um,
True.
do you have a plan to build something, or do you want to have
I
somebody
have
help you with the next world?
I have started playing around with it just a little. Of course, everything looks big and botchy, so I'm trying to figure all of that out. But eventually, yeah, I do want to um work at it a little bit more so I can get it figured out. At first, when I first came to Horizon, I said immediately, I don't have the time for it nor the patience. And I guess world hopping, everybody's brilliant bills. Why not? I mean, it's what I want. So I might do it. I really might do it.
So, have you been into creation? Like, have you collaborated or world tested with anybody? Or
I have. I've actually been building just a little bit. Nothing that I would show anyone today, but I have been playing around with this song. I have been in build mode. And
well,
I've
that's
gone
good.
in on some other collaborations. So yeah.
Yeah, one of the great things about it is that with collaboration in here, you don't have to like be a great builder or a great scripter. You just have to actually just want to participate. And that's how I got
Yeah.
started. I don't know if you know much about me or if anyone in the audience knows much about me, but when I got in here during the beta, I didn't have any building experience or scripting experience whatsoever. And my entire point was to get in here and get social interaction. So I didn't even want
Mm-hmm.
to do community building when I first got in here. It was more about just getting that social interaction during the pandemic. And
Right.
so when I started meeting people in the plaza, everyone that was in here for the most part was the opposite. They wanted to build, they wanted to script. And if I wanted to make friends and hang out with people, I had to go into build mode with them in order to really get that social interaction. And I found my start playtesting, just playing worlds
Mm-hmm.
and going in and breaking stuff and jumping around and finding holes in walls or, somewhere where you'd fall through. And it's a good way to get started if you're not really comfortable with just putting down the shapes and trying to learn how all this scripting language works. But do
Well,
you
the
have
first
interest in doing
person,
play testing or
yeah, of course. And I'm nosy too, so to get ahead of the curve before anything is
that helps
posted,
too?
hell yeah. But Herbert trusted me enough to let me be in when he was building mine. So I was in build mode with him. So I had an opportunity to see how things worked a little bit more. So yeah.
The build mode with Herbert, it's funny you mentioned that because that's how I met Herbert. He was talking to me in one of his worlds, and I was asking him about Metacourt, and he took me to his comedy spot, and we were just talking about how with Metacourt it was really loud, and he was trying to figure out the voice settings. And with me, if I got a minute, I'll help you. I'll jump in. Let's go. Let's hop right in right now. And
Mhm.
so he was talking to me about it, and I was like, "Well, why don't you just let me help you?" I was like, "If you're interested, I'll be happy to hop in edit mode with you." And we probably spent a couple hours in there just talking ideas, and some of the things that are in there now we had talked about. And at this point, it's so beyond what it was even 6 months ago. And
Right.
now it's like you get a full, chord session. It's got a timer. You got the all the voices are good. You got the lock on the front of the courtroom, so you can't get in if there's court in session, but you can sit out in the gallery. Like he put a whole lot of effort into that, and
Man,
shout out to Herbert Joyce Jr. for
of
everything that he
course.
built.
Metalcore was the first, of course, place that I that was the first world that I participated the most in and had the most fun and actually brought in friends just for that experience to buy Oculus.
Oh
So
wow!
yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you were able actually to get friends outside of VR to come and join VR.
Yes, they bought Oculus to come inside to play Metalcore because I said you gotta try it.
So tell me about that because I don't know about anybody out there, but I've had almost no success in bringing anybody into VR. Like I've had two friends total in almost a year and a half where they came in, they looked around, they were like, "All right, I guess this is cool," and after maybe two or three times, never came back. How did you manage to
Yeah.
get your friends in here?
Oh man, that's all I talked about. So, I mean, I really wanted them to understand that it seems really kooky at first. And I really will have to say I was completely against the Oculus when it first came out, with just looking at the idea of it. So I could understand why people can be hesitant at first.
Hmm.
I was a skeptic, but I bought mine because I had started working out and I wanted to use the workout programs.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's how I engaged a conversation with two of my friends. Hey, let's work out. And voila. Now we are club hopping.
Oh damn! See, I didn't have anybody to encourage me to go and work out in here. I was basically trying to play some Beat Saber. I played a couple of the App Lab games, But when I got the invite to get in here, I was just like, "Oh, I don't know what this is. I'm gonna check it out." And my first day was frustrating. Like I didn't know where to go. I didn't know how to find people. Like it was just empty. Like if you went into the plaza now and you ever got any kind of opportunity to be by yourself, it's impossible even after like an update because there's people everywhere now. But
True.
at the time you literally would have to sit in there for a good 15, 20 minutes, before you'd even see somebody pop in for maybe a minute before they hop back into build mode. And so the community guides were really essential back then. They're still very helpful now in getting people acclimated with their menus and whatnot. But the community guides during the beta were just incredible. Like just kind of helping you understand what this space is about, where to go, kind of helping you through figuring out your way into creation. But did you have any experience with any of the community guides when you got in here, or did you just
I
go straight
did.
into Metacourt? And
I did
okay,
in venues. So I started in
all right.
venues. Yep, and waited on this big thing. But yeah, I did have an experience when I first started in venue. It was wild over there. It was like the wild wild west. So yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
community guys were really there to help reinforce and to provide a sense of security. So I appreciated that because it was a different experience to walk in and to completely be immersed into this experience. So that kind of helped, you know, ground me a little bit.
Yeah, the community guides and venues. I know they would spend most of their day in the plaza, and they would stop over at venues for like 10 minutes, and then they would take their headset break. And every time they would leave out of the plaza, we would always ask them where they were going, and most of the time they wouldn't say nothing. But eventually, they started telling us that they were also going over to venues to moderate because, like you said, it's Wild Wild West over there, and
It
you literally
was.
have to pull out your camera, and if you want to report somebody, you'd be like, "All right, go ahead and say that thing you just said again." And people were smart to that.
True.
Did you have any
I
problems
remember.
over in venues?
I did not. I did not. I mean, I know how to stay away from the trouble. I mean, why stand
Mm-hmm.
there and argue back and forth? Just move around. It's just that simple. So, you are in your own home. You can turn the thing off, or you can go somewhere else. So that's how I view it. Why sit up and argue with someone on
You,
a,
you know,
or
that's
feel
that's actually
threatened?
good advice.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
So
that
a
simple.
lot of people they will sit up and argue and they'll
Mm,
say I ain't had no choice. And I get it. I mean, sometimes people will get under your skin, people will try to come for you and it's like am I going to sit here and take it? Am I really just going to leave? Like that's not what I'm about, but it's true though. It's really
yeah,
true. If you are anywhere in Horizon, you can literally leave and go anywhere else. And if you
anywhere
really don't
or
like
turn it
somebody, you can
off.
block them
Yeah.
or turn it
So
off, right? Now, have you had anybody in here though? Because this space it's continuously growing, and there's I think in February it was 10,000 plus worlds. But have you gone anywhere where you've had problem with people, or have you had anybody that just for some reason decided they were going to call you out your name, or has it been kind of welcoming and okay in here?
oh well, I've had that experience, but I'm pretty sure a lot of us have. I mean, but I'm an adult. Um and it's it really is just that simple for me. I'm an adult, so I can make the
Hmm.
decision to stand here and engage, or I can keep my dignity and move on. It's just Oculus. I don't have anything else for you on that. It's just that simple for me. Move, we're gonna move around because I'm not gonna do it. Mm-mm.
No,
But
that's a
it
good
has
answer.
happened. It has happened, and I
See,
don't
your
report
answer.
it. Yeah, it has happened. What I'm report it for? People have problems. We
Hmm.
people with our Oculus on. So, yeah,
Well, I love your answer because it's a better answer than having problems and being sucked into it. Because a lot of people think when you have problems in here that you're stuck or you gotta go bump heads with people. It's much easier just to go ahead and move on. If you
yeah,
have conflict, if you really want to work it out, go ahead and work that out. And shout out to people like Burden of Proof for putting a stage out there for people to work out that conflict, to speak their mind,
yeah.
to be able to
Very
just
dope
talk
show.
about what it is that's going on and in a more constructive way. And we need
Yeah,
more of that in here because if you have people that are just at each other for no reason, I was like, especially in here, like why bring negativity in the metaverse?
Right.
You could do anything you want in here. You can build anything you want. Why build a negative space?
Right. We have enough issues in current reality. To come here into virtual reality is to get away from the stress, the dramas, the whatever that we're dealing with, that we're facing. It's a game, it's a platform to relax, to do whatever. Be free, listen to music, meet new people, engage, start businesses. It's so new and fresh right now that hell, we could all be rich soon. Why not? I mean, we could create whatever we want right now. So that's why I'm here, and that's why we're gonna do it.
So talk about a little
Hmm.
bit about your business because the staffing agency.
Yeah,
Do you have a staffing agency or work for a staffing agency in the
I
physical
work
world, or is this
for
something you're trying to do in this space?
I work for a staffing agency in the physical world. And
Hmm.
what I'm doing is using this to help me on my job every day. But I also want to do some private consulting on my own. Or if there are any businesses or clients in here that are looking for a recruiter for their spaces, I do hope
Hmm.
to eventually open up to do just that and work for myself. So eventually, but I want to be ready for that when it comes. So right
And
now,
how
it's
long have
just
you
a
been
good
working in this space as far as
in
your staffing?
in Horizon
No,
or
physical
just
world
in.
first.
Oh, I've been in HR for the last 10 years. I've been recruiting full force for the last three consecutively. So I've been in and around HR for the last 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah,
And that's something that you enjoy, or is it something that you're just good
I
at, or
do.
something you went to school for and
I
tell
did
me
not
about
go to
that.
school for it, and that's the reason why I started Elevate, is because I want to inspire other people that hey, you don't necessarily always have to have a college degree and you still can
Hmm.
learn a skill and be productive. And so I did not graduate from college, but I did attend Tougaloo College in Tougaloo, Jackson, Mississippi. It was a good foundation for me. However, I took a different route in life. And so I think I learned how to be a great admin. I learned how to be a good administrative assistant and providing those services. And once that was a stepping stone for me to just keep moving up. And so that's why I started the idea of, I could inspire other people to do the same thing. I'm doing it without a degree,
Hmm.
and others can too. So, wow,
So
everybody
it has
left.
changed quite a bit from before, where staffing agencies, when I was looking for a job before I got into IT, they wanted credentials for everything. They want to know if you went to school, where you went to school, how long you went there, did you graduate, did you go to college, did you get a degree, was it a associate's, was it bachelor's, did you go for your master's? Like there was all these qualifications, and it was just like I'm not sure I'm gonna ever get a job because I want to just get into IT, and I don't have a bachelor's of science. I don't have a computer engineering degree. I don't have all of these qualifications. And every job I applied for, it was like, well, you got some experience, but we really have these preferred, areas where we really like to get you in order to get you placed. And so
Mm-hmm.
I had to end up going to a technical school for 6 months just so that way I could get certifications. And because I didn't know, staffing agencies as well back then than I did, as I started my career, I could have went to a
Mm-hmm.
staffing agency and they could have helped me with finding the right tools to be able to, take tests, get certifications without going to school. And
Mm-hmm.
that's something that I'm glad exists now because otherwise you'd still have people like I was struggling just to get into the industry, and the only
Right.
route spending 20, $30,000 just to be able to put something behind your name instead of experience and some certifications. When you
Well,
got into staffing, did you have to get certified in HR, or did you take any certifications?
that's a good question. I how I got started. I started at the bottom in HR as a test proctor. Someone just testing for AT&T at the time for their field technicians, and I worked my way up. So starting as a test proctor, and then I moved into like being an employee specialist, more just different admin duties. And now a recruiter. So I wasn't required to become certified because I've gone through kind of all of the steps, if you will.
Okay.
But personally, I want to be certified and I have started studying to do that. So um, that's something that I would like to be able to show at Elevate too, is providing those professional functions and what are
Hmm.
the steps to get to each stage if they are doing it without a degree.
Yeah, I think the best advice for a lot of people who are trying to break into their industry is that they have options. A lot of people don't realize that they have options because they've been kind of told through their entire time through school. Once you go to high school, you got to go to college if you want to get into a specific field. If you don't go to college, you're going to have to put in this many years in order to get the experience before you can even get a shot. And it's that endless cycle of if you don't have the experience, you can't get a job. But if you don't have a job, you can't get experience. What do you
True.
tell people who are struggling with that, balance of they
That
don't have any
balance.
experience, but it's something they're passionate about?
Stay at it. Someone eventually will give you the chance. You really have to just stay at it, stay consistent, do the homework, uh,
Hmm.
study. YouTube is also awesome tool. I mean, you can learn anything and everything from YouTube. Be
Hmm.
informed. So when you are speaking to someone that you're interested or you're very passionate about something, if you are able to talk about it intelligently and be informed about it, then those people will give you an opportunity quicker, because you will show passion about it. You will show that this is something that you would want to do. So doing the the work for yourself, yeah, that's how you get started.
Yeah, and
Stay at
YouTube
it.
is a really good resource. I'm glad you brought that up because so many people will say that they went on YouTube and they learned how to build like a deck or some stairs or remodel their house, and that's how I got started in learning things when I started using YouTube as a resource instead of just for entertainment. And it's amazing because just like on working on your car, you can have something wrong with it, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here? I know what the
Mm-hmm.
problem is, but I don't know how to fix it. And you just put it in your car and the problem, and you got somebody telling you, all right, these are the tools you need. This is the process. These are the parts. This is how long it should take. Let's get started. And it's really like,
Yeah.
if you didn't have that, I mean, especially like when I first got into the workforce, you're basically like, all right, I guess I'm gonna have to learn on the job, and I'm gonna have to get treated poorly because I don't have the skills, and it was a whole other dynamic. Do you find it that when you've worked in staffing that you have people kind of a revolving door of just bad businesses, and like how do you deal with that? Because you're trying to build these people up and get them into this position that fits them, but also fits your clients. But
Yeah.
what happens when you got a bad client that you just are sending people, but they're just treating them bad, or they're not growing them in their position?
So that's a twofold, huh? So let me make sure I understand your question. So are you really asking about for the hire or their experience at on the job or both?
So more of what do you do if you have a client like a company that's looking for staffing, and you're sending
Mm-hmm.
people, but they're just because they're not the right fit, whether it's because they don't have enough experience or whatever it may be, and they're just treating those people poorly, and they're coming back trying to find a new placement. Because I see it all the time where in my local area, there's some staffing agencies that will cut off ties with certain businesses because they'll send people and they're either working the system where they cut them off at that end point where they got to hire them on, or they're
Mm-hmm.
just really looking for something that they're not communicating effectively enough to the staffing agency, and it's just more and more bad placements, and it's nothing on the
That's a
staffing side. It's just the business is just not communicating what they really need.
That's a very delicate dance. That situation there. The staffing agency really would need to be responsible to talk to the client about their retention. um
Mm-hmm.
Retention is basically everybody's responsibility, the staffing agency as well as the company that that they're working for.
Mm-hmm.
So when they can have that in check with keeping retention at a good rate, also listening to what Glassdoor reviews are, spending the
Mm-hmm.
time to list, read all of those reviews to go back and fix the situation. All of those type things help. Um, is You really have to be careful as well because there could be a contractual agreement between the staffing agency and um the client.
Right.
So your hands can be tied too. So it's just really the responsibility of everyone to keep it tight. That's it. Treat everybody right. Um and that's it. Oculus, that's simple too.
And
Hell, if you treat
it
people
should
back,
be that simple.
yeah.
Treating
But
people
it's
right.
not, but yeah.
Yeah, the biggest thing with it is when you are trying to find a job, you have to be honest about what you're looking for too. Because if I tell you I'm trying to find a job and I want to work with computers, I want to be in IT, and you place me in a cybersecurity job, and I'd rather be on application development, I need to communicate what I really want and what I have some experience in, or where I'm looking to grow. Because sometimes people just say, I don't really know. I'll do anything. Oh, I'm good with whatever. Send me somewhere and I'll end up, making it work. And they really find out quick it's not the case. You get put in that position and it's expected you don't have the experience and that they're going to try and teach you this job, but they still got to run a business. So it's
Yeah.
it's a very
That kind of
delicate
falls on the
situation, like you
recruiter
said.
too. The recruiter needs to have a responsibility for the client, and we are putting a product out there that we are expecting to perform for them. I
Hmm.
mean, they hired us to find the perfect person, so the recruiter has the responsibility to make sure that they go over the job descriptions before they send them in to the client. That's a delicate dance too.
So, what do you do in a situation where you place somebody, you know they're a good fit, you've got everything the way you're supposed to do it for your side, and then it comes
Hmm.
time to square up for that contract? Like, I know at the end you have to have some kind of an agreement how much it is for
Written
them to
offer.
hire them on.
Hmm.
Now,
Hmm.
what happens if there's like a dispute there? And all these questions are going somewhere because it's going to lend to your business in the metaverse. But what happens
Uh-huh.
if there's a dispute there and they're still going to want to hire them on? Like, I guess when you early on sign the contract with this client, they have in the contract, you can't direct hire. This is how much it is if you want to hire them on within these amount, 90 days, 6 months, 1 year, whatever your contract is. But
Hmm.
what happens when somebody doesn't follow that contract? I mean, you have every right to sue, but have you had that situation where you had to go after somebody for just not honoring that contract?
Well, one of the well, not what I'm staffing for.
Okay.
Um I'm sure in the more I'm just working with the general labor positions now. But I'm sure more like in the professional roles that they are actually signing a contract for that
Hmm.
position. I'm sure that that would be different. And they would have to take a look at that a little bit deeper. I don't experience that at all.
Well, that's good. That's good. And the reason I ask those
Yeah.
questions is because in here in the metaverse, in Horizon Worlds, having a staffing agency. So as it is right now, people are kind of just looking for work. Whether it's, I've seen people who wanted to hire bouncers at their club so they can, moderate the world, or people who are just looking for world testers. Have you worked out how you're going to handle situations since there's so many people that don't honor contracts. They don't even sign a contract. They just are looking for get me a job or hey, I need you to find me people. But then what
Mm-hmm.
happens from there?
You know, I am still figuring all of that out. Um,
Hmm.
I'm doing some research and reading just to see what is the rate. How does that work? Because we keep mentioning that everything is so new here right now, and we are basically drawing all of this up as we go. I'll be
Hmm.
honest. I don't have an answer for that question just yet.
And that's
I'm
fine.
sure I
There's
will
people in
eventually. Yeah.
here who are like giving legal advice, financial advice. There's quite a few people in this space that if there's a gap somewhere, they're filling it with, being available. And I really wish I had his name. He was on a previous show, but he came in here to ask questions because he is an attorney, and what his specialty was is contract law, and
Mhm.
that was something that we were talking about when it came to people working together and then later separating and figuring what part of this world is mine. And the reality
Mhm.
of it is, whoever hit create world is the owner, and that's all Meta sees. If I hit create world and you do all the work, and then I say, all right, thanks for your work, and I cut you out, Meta doesn't know any better, and you can report me, but it wouldn't matter because I hit create world. And that's a whole nother rabbit hole and a whole nother problem. But when it
Sounds
comes to
like it.
these partnerships, you need a contract. And
Yeah.
with the staffing agency, even as you're building it and you're growing it, you're definitely gonna, come across those people that, yeah, I need you to help me find 20 people for this world. They go ahead and get those 20 people, and maybe they don't pay you. I'm hoping that somewhere in there there's a contract so you can protect yourself. There's, money down. There's payment structure behind how many times that they work with you, plus the people that you're, getting to trust you to staff. Hopefully they
Mhm.
sign something with you to say, all right, if I place you at, let's just say, Flex Tie has a world and he wants to staff it, and you sign 5 people to go work his storefront, you might have a contract with them to say, all right, after the fifth time that Flex Tie uses you, now he's got to pay me so much. Otherwise, we got to pull that contract back and we got to place you somewhere else. For example, of course. And I think that while it is so early for something like that, and just being able to kind of get your name out there as the staffing agency, you probably don't need it to be that concrete, that ironclad. But I do think that at least having some contracts between the people who are coming in, understanding what they want, plus you've got clients that are going to be saying, "I need people." Do you think that you're ready for all the contracts yet, or do you just want to kind of just you know do verbal
If
agreements until it goes bad?
oh no, oh no, I will not do verbal agreements. Just I don't have anything ready yet, but it is on
Hmm.
my list. No, I'm not doing anything verbal.
Well, that's good.
No. So yeah, it's on my list to actually write something out that I will use formal for all of my clients. Yeah. I just don't
That's
have it
amazing.
yet.
So,
I got a few
how
things
is
on my list.
Yeah, well, I imagine I saw your offices, and I was really blown away because I love the privacy areas and the places where you
Yes,
can actually have meetings, and then the conference room. Did you give Herbert Joyce like like I want a 3 room with a conference room and this that, or did he just go build it? Like,
it
how did
was
that work out?
so it was so basic what I said. I just said I want a place for people to sit on both sides, two offices and a conference room. That's all I said. And I gave him the colors. I wanted purple for royalty
Hmm.
and green for growth. And that was it. And we have what we have now, and I could have never dreamed of it.
Wow.
Even down to how the voice settings in the office is. We have confidentiality inside of the offices.
Hmm.
If you're not standing nearby, you can't hear the conversation, and that's
Right.
good for if I'm talking to someone um about anything, work related that should be held confidential for HR reasons. So I
Right.
love that about it. Yeah. Yep. But the conference room is an open space for people to sit and have a formal meeting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the conference room is great. I love just something about that room. It kind of sits perfectly. Like when you're in there, any seat that you're in, you got a nice clear view of everybody. The
Yeah.
conversation tone is good. Like everything is done really well in there. So
Now,
can't
what I'm
help but
looking,
shout out Herbert Joyce Jr. again.
I
Amazing,
know,
amazing work.
really amazing, amazing. But what I look forward to, and I hope it comes soon, Meta, is that the a screen. I have a
Yeah.
screen in that office, and I wish that I could show something on it, like a presentation. So I'm hoping that that will come soon. Meta, if you hear me, we could use that.
So when you say presentation, now something that
Yeah.
I talked about a couple months ago before, well, no, I guess not a couple months ago. Wow, before venues came into Horizon, people were asking like on interviews and podcasts and stuff. They're like, "Where do you see the future of metaverse? Where do you see the future of Horizon?" And every time I heard that question, the only answer I had was the Connect last year in October, Zuck showed this future where you put on some glasses, you go out into the world, and you can walk down the street, and maybe someone's sidewalk art comes to life. And then after it's animated and you had a chance to enjoy it, it goes back as a QR code or maybe just a flat art piece, and you have the option to tip the artist to be able to see it again, or just tip them because of its great work. And then you can be sitting in your house and you can jump into a concert, and it's basically all connected without having to keep leaving and going from one app to another. And I said that if Horizon Worlds, which it was just Horizon at the time, and venues um, merged, that would be the first step in making this a reality where we're just all in one space. And I think the bringing a screen in, if they were to bring workrooms in, and I think that's kind of coming because they did with venues. They would it seems like a miss if they didn't bring workrooms in, but bringing workrooms in here would just take it to another level. Your staffing
Yes.
agency wouldn't need to go into workrooms or need outside resourcing. You would just literally go to your world, have all of your workrooms functionality, be able to bring your remote desktop in, do a video call with somebody on Zoom, like all this functionality just in your world. That's where I think
Yes.
the next step is, and you won't might not need a screen. You might just need ability to have workrooms in here, and you could do a PowerPoint. You could pull up a training video. I mean, that's where I think it needs to go. What do you think about that?
I saw workrooms the other day. I spent a little time looking at it, and even with me being able to show my job, this it
Mm-hmm.
would make it even more, I guess, real to them and help them not feel that this is just a gaming tool. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I would love if it was integrated into this system. That would be phenomenal for other businesses in here as well. Yeah.
Yeah, workrooms, it was
So,
really difficult to be able to join if you weren't just one business operating. Because I was doing work with three different businesses, and every time I had to completely log out and disconnect my account from workrooms just to jump into another business's workroom. And with the meta accounts, literally, I clicked on the link. It said, "What account do you want?" I clicked on my workroom account. It said, "Here's all the workspaces. Which one do you want?" I added all of them, and then boom, it logged me into everything. So I think it's a little bit closer than people realize. I don't know if
I
anybody
hope
been into
so.
workrooms. Anybody use workrooms out there? Yeah, a couple of people. Workrooms is a great tool, and shortly after it was announced, they had partnerships with Microsoft to integrate Teams. They had partnership with Zoom to integrate that. So it's like it's close. It's got to be. I just can't wait to hear what we're gonna get next because this place keeps growing every week. Is there anything that you're excited for aside from just having screens and being able to bring, presentations into your world? Something that maybe
Um,
you're hoping to see it connect this year, which is next month.
well, the cameras. I mean, let's
Mm,
just talk about that for a second. I mean, if this is what they're rolling out to, I guess some of you guys to be the beta testers, if this is going to be something that we're all going to have access to, it's going to put us on a different platform to be able to make our own videos in high definition. Look at it. I want one. Meta, can I have one, please? That is an awesome
It's fun.
camera, but yeah.
It's funny you say that. People in Discord, are you in the Meta Horizon Worlds Discord by chance?
Uh-uh. No.
So the Horizon Discord channel or server, there are people who are asking for it in. I think it's in the feedback and ideas and in the bugs and discussions in general. One of those channels, but either way, people were asking, saying, "How do I get the camera? Because I want it." And I
I
think
want it.
they're rolling it out more than the home spaces.
Okay.
The apartments everybody was trying to get, they just posted on the Oculus blog that they're rolling more of those out again, which is great news. But the cameras, that's something that people are even more interested in.
Yes. Yes. I
So have you
really
seen
am
people
looking
post on
forward to that.
Instagram videos and pictures from the cameras? Is that what
Yes,
you've
I
seen?
have. I was at a party last night. Southern Edibles had a party for her
Hmm.
birthday, and they used the pictures are beautiful. It's so
Yeah.
crispy. It's so
Plus it's basically a
clear.
mirror.
Yeah. And I was here last week when you took the pictures. They look really good.
Yeah, the pictures also, you can use this in build mode. So if you got a wearable on, you can check it out and be like, "Oh, okay. Nope, got to move that back. Got to go up some, down some." So the new
Okay.
camera, I mean, it's definitely a flex. So I don't try to pull it out just because I got it. I definitely only pull it out to get pictures and get a bunch of selfies. And I share all my pictures at the end of all my events anyway. And if I go world hopping, I'll share them at the end of world hop. So I always tell people, just catch me on Instagram and Facebook, and then you can reuse those pictures. You can tag yourself, whatever
Well,
you want to
I'm
do.
gonna tell you now, if they give me the camera, I'm gonna flex. Oh, I'm gonna be throwing that bad boy out, baby.
So you
Yeah.
get the camera, you go into your world, and then you film your own promo. You're like, "Welcome to my staffing
Elevate.
agency. This
Yes.
is so and so. We're doing this. Catch me
Yep.
in Horizon Worlds." And then all you got
That's
to
what
do
I
is click
want.
post to Instagram.
And there you go. I
Yep.
need that matter. I please,
Did you know that you
please.
could post to Instagram with it too, like directly? You don't have to like pull it off your
I
headset.
didn't know, but I know
Yeah.
now.
So
That's
that's the
what's
best
making
part
it
about it.
a must.
Hmm. So you heard it. For
Yeah.
those of y'all on the stream, if you got the camera, go ahead and pull them out, start taking pictures. And if you don't, let's get Meta to start rolling those out quickly because we want everybody to have these cameras. They're an amazing tool. You're getting great feedback. You're getting great pictures, first of all, but also it's a great mirror for you to be able to work with in build mode. So
Mm-hmm.
so
True.
as far as your staffing agency in here,
Mm-hmm.
have you had any plans to expand on your world? Do you have anything that's missing now that you have it? Things that you want to add to it?
Right now is exactly what I need. I don't need a bigger space right now. I
Hmm.
want to keep it small. I want to keep it cozy. I don't need as much in traffic because it's a distraction. So for right now,
Hmm.
this is exactly what I need. Eventually I may do something in a different location, maybe a lounge or maybe a corporate lounge or something like that. But to keep everything on the professional level for me, it will be all stem from profession. Yep, I
Gotcha.
want to keep it, keep it cute.
It's interesting because most people, when they get their world, whether it's they build it themselves or somebody built it for them, and you say, do you want something else? Do you want to make it bigger? Do you want to make it better? And most people are like, oh man, I want to pull on the roof and I want TVs everywhere and I want to add
No,
in like all this. And you're very level headed about it. Like, this is the space I need. I don't need a
yes,
huge space, the distractions. They got to be able to do business, have meetings. Like,
yeah.
uh,
if you
so,
if I would ever want that, I would create that space. But for Elevate Staffing, that is my business. That We will always be professional there. Even when I go there, I change clothes. I don't
Oh,
go
okay.
what I keep it. I try to stay in profession, my professional role because I want others to treat it as such. Um, I want this to
That's very good
grow.
advice.
Yeah, I want this to grow. This is not just a game for me. I want to use this so I can retire, me and my husband. So that's where we're headed.
Hey, that's great. So,
Yeah.
question then: if let's say I'm interested in getting a job, and I say, Amina, I need to get with you about finding some work in here. You invite me to the office, we set up a time, and let's say I show up like my stream, I got my hoodie and my hat backwards. Would it
Hmm.
actually make it seem as though I'm less interested because I didn't switch out, like take the 5 seconds to switch into something more professional? Or do you think right now the avatars are still kind of just the avatars? I mean, what do you think about that? And I know it's a
I
weird
mean,
question, but just curious your
no,
thoughts.
it's not a weird question. It's not a weird question at all. I'm going to let, I mean, people can be in their avatar in here. This is the environment for it. However, when we are talking to each other, I need you to be professional. I mean, you can be dressed how you are, but I am operating in a business entity at this time that we're talking, so I
Mm,
need you to do the same. Yeah. And I
gotcha.
will
So it's more
enforce
about
that.
just you than the avatar's clothing, then.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But we will discuss when they are speaking to the client, they will be professional. If you are invited for a video interview, all of that will be discussed, what the requirements will be.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going face to face, we're going to talk about it all. Like uh, me as being a recruiter, when I have a potential hire, I am with them until their start date. I am a
Mm-hmm.
consultant to them as well as my client to make sure that everybody is informed, the potential hire, that they feel engaged, and do are all of their questions answered? Do they have any questions about where they're going? Have all the expectations been set? And that goes for the client that is hiring this person as well. I'm the middle person to keep everybody engaged and informed. And I take that
Wow.
very, very serious until their start date.
Yeah, that's really great to hear. I
Yeah.
know while people are trying to start businesses, trying to make money in here, the level of professionalism, you can always tell it's I just want to get in here and make the money, or I'm investing in my future. And
Mm-hmm.
your answers all night have been about investing in your future, about taking this space seriously, about being in a professional setting. So act the part, don't just show up and, hey, I need a job, go find me something. It's
Yeah.
we're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna understand not only your expectations, but what it is that that person needs in order to find something that's actually for them. And I
Absolutely.
don't know if a
This is
lot of
not a
people are doing
game.
that. I think
Yeah,
that you're probably
this
one of the
is not a
few.
game. Yeah, it's not a game for me. I mean, I'm sure as you guys can hear, I am an older individual. This is not a game. So,
Hmm.
I do play. I do have time where I, you know, world hop and be Amina. But when I'm
Hmm.
here and I'm working, I really want to inspire others as well. So, yeah, I take all of that very serious. Very serious.
Well, that's definitely great to hear. And
Mm-hmm.
your staffing agency, obviously, I'm hoping that you continue to grow. You actually find your perfect space in this metaverse and be able to
Yeah,
just be like a household name in here, because that's the thing that's going to come soon. People are going to
yes.
need jobs. People are going to need to fill positions, and you're going to be set up and ready to go. Did you think
By
that when you
then,
got in
yes.
here it was too early, or did you think you were kind of building to something, or how do you feel about where it is when you first started doing it and where it is right now and where it's going to go?
So when I first came in here, I didn't have the business mindset of that's why I was here.
Mm-hmm.
I was just using this primarily for a gaming tool and just going from world to world, seeing the possibility. And it just hit me one night like, oh my God, you really could use this and start your own thing. I've always wanted to do a staffing agency. I've been working on it, putting things on paper for the last couple of years. And when this became an opportunity, I said to myself, okay, I don't have to have an office. This is my
Mm-hmm.
office. I don't have to hire marketing. All I have to do is open my mouth and use the resources in here. Oh yeah. So yeah.
And just
Um
show up.
just show up and just show up and be serious about it. I'm very serious. Very serious about it. Yeah.
Now, have you thought about having like open houses or just posting like, hey, on Wednesdays we're going to meet and greet and get to know what you're looking for and just start building a list of ideas of places that people want to work in here and then kind of go looking at these world owners and saying, have you ever thought of having this in your world or these people staffing your event? Like, have you thought
It's
about
on my
doing any of those?
list. It is
Okay.
on my
Oh, your
list.
list is looking
Um
good.
My list is looking good. Yeah. There is another staffing agency in here as well. And
Hmm.
so this agency has been working for a while. So I'm being very delicate because, I don't want to uh step on any toes or anything like that because I don't know what
Hmm.
has already been established. So right now I'm just watching and staying in my lane. Right now I know the jobs that I have. They're for the environmental staffing agency that I work for. So for right now I'm using that as my primary work. Eventually, once I find out exactly what my place is here for other companies, yeah, then I'll start having those conversations. Yeah.
That's so great to hear. I know a lot of people when they come in here, and I've said this a number of times, not to compare, but a lot of people do come in this space and they're like, I'm the first, even if they're not the first, or they actually are the first and they say, I'm doing it first. So that means I'm making it the best. I'm doing it better than other people. But you recognizing that there's already a similar service in this space and you're being
Mm-hmm.
cautious of the fact that they're here and you're trying to better understand your lane and how you can kind of both coexist. How
Absolutely.
did that come to be? Like, do you know the owner of that staffing?
We've talked. Yes, we've talked. Because I didn't know that there was another agency in here. I had no idea. I thought I just had this brilliant idea one day. This was before the world was created, and
Mm-hmm.
someone mentioned to me, there is a staffing agency in here, and I said, really? So we were introduced to each other, and yes, we did talk. There is, no friction or anything there. Um, he shared his vision, I shared my vision. They are similar but very different. So we wouldn't really step on each other toes, but I'm new here, so I just want to make sure. I want to know what my lane is, and I'm not clear what it is yet. So I'm being cautious, you know. Don't
I
want to
mean,
burn
I
any
think that's
opportunities or destroy any relationships before I even get started. So,
no, that's you've you've had so much, so many great advice that you've given literally this entire time, and I don't think people are catching these gems that you're dropping because there's more to just being in here, having a world, and hosting events creating opportunities. There's the soft skills that really play into pretty much everything that you've talked about. And if you don't know what soft skills are, those are these interpersonal connections that you make with people and being able to understand their personality type, kind of reflecting your personality type to where y'all can communicate. Because some people are very, hard driven and they're not the extroverts and the socialites like I am, and you seem like, but you also have that data driven side of you where you're very organized. And so for me, I'm the creative, unorganized type. So when you have these soft skills that you can understand other people and how they operate, it makes you a little more empathetic to what it is they're going through, but also be able to help. And I think, as far as the soft skills are concerned, that's something that you've kind of had to learn in your position as well.
Yeah, very much. Very, very, very much. In a very forceful environment. The
Hmm.
client needs people. I need this person today, 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 today. No, today. I
Right.
need this person hired today. Did you get them today? And so when you have that type of pressure on you all the time, sometimes you can miss the mark and not
Yeah.
be engaged enough with your potential hire. That's a bad experience for the client on the back end and for the hire. So as much as you can keep all of that together, um with remembering, okay, everyone is under a lot of pressure. This person needs the job, and this person and the client needs this person hired. I am the mediator. I'm just simply
Hmm.
there to keep everybody at peace and let's get this done. Is
So in
yeah.
a theoretical space now, because obviously
Mhm.
we don't want to get into any data privacy issues, but in a theoretical, what's the best way that you've handled a conflict that you maybe thought maybe there was no resolution, or it was the toughest experience that you've had, and do you think that would apply in here?
Um I I'm going to start answering the question by saying this. I mentioned this earlier that we keep making the reference of in here.
Hmm.
The person behind this thing right here is a human being that is in here but is
Hmm.
also still human, you know? And so
Very
I
true.
think we got to keep that in our forefront, that just because we're out here in la la land or whatever we want to call this, the metaverse, we're still responsible for ourselves. We're still
Hmm.
responsible for um I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. I forgot what your question was because I needed to say that,
No, no, it's fine.
because I keep hearing that. I mean, I hear it all the time. In here, it's the same thing. It's the
Hmm.
same thing. And I think sometimes that's what make people not be kind anymore, or
Hmm.
be mean or whatever. They get lost in what reality that they're in. However, virtual reality or sitting right there in your living room in your current reality, you're still that human being behind this little white, black, whatever color it is on your face. Is still a human being. Be kind to one another. I mean that. Be kind. Now, what was your question?
Well, I'm going to ask it again, but I want to touch on what you just said there because I 100% agree. And that's part of the reason why this is my home of all places in the metaverses that exist, because there are real people behind these avatars. And it's a whole other experience than just being in a video conference call on a laptop, or being on a chat room, whether it's on Xbox or PlayStation in a lobby. Like, these experiences and these relationships and friendships that are being made are real. And there's a lot of people that I've met just in the last year and a half that, they're my close friends now. And I talk to them outside of VR. I talk to them on Messenger, talk to them on video chat, talk to them on the phone. And these are real connections that are being made in here because of
Mm-hmm.
how, your true self comes through. And I don't know if you know Jason Earls from Well Metaverse podcast, but he said, who you are in the physical world is amplified in the metaverse. And it's 100% true. And so I don't mean it by in here versus physical world, that it's different in who the people are. I mean, as far as this space to find people work. So when I say
Mm-hmm.
in here, let's say I needed a co-host and I need somebody over there at my DJ booth to introduce me in, and I say, Amina, I need somebody who's gonna, do the opening and then be my co-host. It's a little different to bring them into this space as opposed to it would be in the physical world where you have somebody going to a client site to that customer's business, and then there's some kind of conflict and they got to come back, and maybe there's a little bit of difference in there from your worst experience in staffing and how that can relate in the metaverse. So that was the question. The hardest thing in a theoretical sense, because we don't want to violate anybody's privacy, change names if you need to. But the hardest thing you had to deal with, and do you think that would be something similar that you might have to deal with in here?
Oh, Oculus? I really don't know how to answer that question. I, I, I really don't know where to start with that one. I'm really gonna be honest with you. Can I
I mean,
get back to
overall, it's a
you on
pleasant experience. Things go well, and I'm guessing that that's kind of why, or is it just that
that? Yeah,
it's always bad?
yeah. It's good. It's good.
Because I mean,
It's.
I'll be honest. I work with staffing agencies. When I went through
Mm-hmm.
my technical school, they had placement for life, and they're out of business, so they're not placing anybody. But the staffing agency that they set us up with, they do the resume writing and the interview preps and the mock interviews, and then when you get placed, if you didn't like the job, then they would find you another one, and then you would go and interview and do all that, and the whole cycle start over. And there were people who would go through that process because a lot of these people signing up for this technical school, they weren't professionals, they just wanted to work. So they spent the money, they got the student loans, they didn't finish the classes, and they went and got placed. And they were just terrible places because they just didn't have the interest or the professionalism. So that's why I was asking what was the hardest part and if it's anything that would relate in here. Because from my experience, the hardest part that I've seen are just people who are just not straight up about what they want to do and just really terrible interviewers or interviewees.
Yeah. I mean, I really would people really do need to work on some interview practicing before they go. I'm gonna offer that service too, free all month. If you're prepping for an
Hey,
interview, shameless plug. Come by the office, let's do some mock interviews. But yeah, people really need to practice a little bit more on that.
yeah, like
Yeah.
one of the small suggestions that I gave to my daughter when she first got into the professional workforce. I mean, she was fortunate enough to where she got into a really good internship for the government, and she was like nervous about these interviews and what to say and what to do. And I told her, I said, the best advice I can give you, first of all, whoever you're interviewing with, obviously the government, you're not going to have a ton of like background knowledge on the business, but typically you would go and you would look at the business website, go look at their mission statement, what they're about, what they do, the industry, what the, product is or the services they sell, and learn about what they do. For this government internship, they're aware that you're in high school, that you're basically just starting out, that this is your first real job. So what you need to do is take interest in them. What do you like about working here? Ask them questions, show them interest, give them nonverbals, like, nod your head, say, "Oh, okay, if I hear you correctly, this is what you're saying. Oh, okay, that's interesting. This is something that I'm interested in." I said, but that first impression's everything. When you walk in that room, they're going to stand up or they're already going to be standing. Give them a firm handshake. Don't just throw a wet noodle out there and be like, "Hi, good to meet you."
Yeah, people
That's
forgot how to interview. People really don't do face to face interviews anymore. So we need to
yeah,
teach
not
a whole
anymore.
course on that.
Yeah, so
Interview
it was like,
etiquette.
yeah. So that was the first couple of things that I'd said to her, and it was funny because my wife and she said the same thing. She had a couple people where she had interviews, and it was just like they placed their wet noodle in the hand. It was just like it's gross. Like take your hand back. But it's true, like when you meet somebody and it's your first impression, that handshake, even, I don't know if people are still handshaking and where you're at, but it's like just showing that respect, that professionalism right out of the gate,
Hmm.
it changes that whole vibe of
It
everything that
does.
follows.
It does. It really does.
What are some
Most of my
advice that you
interviews,
could give away for free while there's a room
yeah,
full of people?
most okay. So most companies now are doing phone interviews for
Right.
their initial phone
So
interview,
strong wave,
especially.
your Zoom wave. Get your Zoom wave up.
Or even if it's just a basic phone interview. Guys,
Hmm.
if you got a phone interview, please make sure that the people in the room around you, first of all, you should not be in a room with others. No way. Not doing an interview. Take it serious, even if it's an initial interview with a staffing agency and not the hiring manager. That back the background noise inside
Oh,
of that on that phone call will completely turn that opportunity away for you sometimes. So make sure that you are very very conscious of your background noise. Secondly, take notes before the call. You need to know where you've worked. The dates are very very important. So
oh
just
wow.
jot down those things if you don't have a formal resume or whatever already. Just write down the notes. Where did you work? And how long. What's also important and what you need to start practicing on is the reason why you left that job. Okay? You really need to understand and be able to articulate why did you leave that job. And do not talk negative about your previous employer.
Say
Figure
again.
out
Say
a
again. Please.
Please do not say anything negative about your previous
Jeez.
employer. Even if they were wrong, figure out a way to answer that question so you do not make yourself look bad and you just don't want to pose anything bad on your previous employer. Just don't do it.
Hmm.
You could be very, very, very valid for your reason, but figure out a way. Okay. You could come by the office. We could practice that together. Okay. Um, what's another thing? Have questions. Research where you're going to interview. Have some questions for them. Understand what their mission statement is, understand what the job description is. If you know that you do not meet the basic qualifications, don't apply. Don't waste your time and don't waste the staffing agency time. Okay. Because we are specifically looking for what the job description is and what the minimum requirements are. You at least need to have those. If you don't, you're gonna waste your time. Okay. I didn't make a list, Oculos. I wish I would have, but
Oh, that's okay.
for
These are this
starters,
is the free
y'all,
stuff. It's just it's a sneak preview. You don't have to give it
yeah.
all away.
But definitely, those are my hot button. Okay.
Okay, so you did give a whole lot of good advice, even if it was just a starter pack. But wow, don't talk bad about your previous employment. I can't tell you
Don't.
how many times I had somebody walk in the room, be like, "So tell me why you're looking to leave your job or why you left your last job." And they're like, "Oh man, let me tell you about my boss," and then just go off on their boss. And I'm like, "Whoa." Like that's not the answer to this question. Like there's a whole lot of different answers. That's not the one.
Mm-hmm.
Other people just
Mm-hmm.
being like, "Oh, I ain't like it, so I left." So now you're gonna tell me your business that you just up and left. Like that's just not good interview practices. Like
It's
tell them
not.
that you were looking for better culture, or
Yep.
you changed your passion and what you wanted to do, and you couldn't grow in the company. Like there's
Right.
all kind of things that you're looking for more opportunity, you're looking for more growth, you're looking for culture, you're looking for growing where you're passionate about, and there just wasn't that available. Like those are things that the new company wants to hear about. You're
Yep.
passionate, you're interested, you got initiative. And especially, what do you feel about when they ask you, tell me a weakness that you have or your biggest weakness? Like that question trips everybody up, and I didn't know
Yeah.
how to answer it the first time that I actually answered truthfully. I'm like, I tell you what, I'm not organized whatsoever. Like I'm a mess. It's just like,
I answered
whoops.
that question truthfully before, and I know for sure that's why I didn't get that job. I
Yep.
know that's why I didn't get it. I said I struggled with procrastination, which is true, but I
Oh, damn.
probably should not have said that at that particular time. But those are some of the questions that you really need to practice on. You need to understand what your weakness is, and you also, if you're gonna have to say what your weakness is, you really need to know what your strength is too,
It
and
is.
talk about it
It is.
passionately. Yes.
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 Or how you overcome that weakness. It could be something very small, and you say, "This is what I do to make up for it," which has helped me be very successful in my previous roles. And that's where they're just
True.
like, "Oh, oh, damn, okay."
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
so the other thing you were talking about these phone interviews. So I
Yeah.
personally, and I'm grateful. I've been at my job for the last 11 years, so I didn't have. I mean, phone interview was kind of like the give me your information, how long you been in this
Mhm.
role, why do you want to work for us. But the in-face interview was the interview. The phone interview was kind of like, don't waste my time, I'm going to talk to 10 people and find out who fits the best. Now it's like a more common practice because of after the pandemic. So when you were talking
Yes.
about check your background noise, make sure you're in a quiet
Mhm.
space, I mean, I feel like that's so obvious, but so many people wouldn't even think about it. They just be like, I'm
The
sitting on the couch on the
pandemic,
phone, I'm good.
I'm sorry, the pandemic messed that up. I think people used to be more conscious of it. But because of the pandemic, you had the kids at home doing school at the
Hmm.
same time. People have gotten comfortable with the idea of they don't have to be conscious of what's going on in the background. But y'all, the world is getting back to normal. People are back at work. We got to get back to tidying some of these things up. The pandemic
Right.
spoiled us.
So I gotta ask you, and this can be a joke response or an honest response because it is half
Okay.
funny, half serious. If you are having a phone interview and they smoke detector keep beeping because they ain't changed the battery, is that gonna stick in your head that you're gonna want to keep on calling back and push them through the process, or is it gonna
Well,
be like, nah, if they can't change they smoke detector battery, I'm not calling them back.
now, what's going on inside of their house with stuff like that? I don't base my decision on that. But
Okay.
if he or she is on the phone talking to me, also yelling to someone else in the background, or having a conversation, or cooking, or whatever
Oh
you're
Lord.
doing, yeah, I got a problem
Okay.
with that. Thank you for
Okay.
your time.
So I love your answers because I do joke a lot. I do try to make light of things. I try to keep it fun and interesting, but you're very professional in every one of your answers, even though it is lighthearted and it is very honest. So I do appreciate that because for me, I couldn't do your job if I heard the smoke detector beeping. I'm talking trash on you after the call's over. Like, oh my God, Amina, let me tell you about this call I just had. 17 beeps. I counted them. I could not stop hearing this beep. But
I mean,
you're
but
just like, hey,
listen, that's
he did his
on the
best.
call. That's on the
Yeah.
call. But when I get off the call, yes, I get on the phone with my recruiter friends. Hey, girl, 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 girl. Yeah.
So, can you tell me without naming names again, a theoretical, just your
Uh
worst
huh.
interview that you've had?
The worst interview
Oh yeah,
I had?
yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, he was drunk, literally,
Stop. Stop.
like slurring. I could barely understand him. I was so confused about that conversation. I really was. I felt sorry for him because he really was drunk. I don't think he
Oh no.
remembered that the interview was that day, but I went on through. I let him answer these questions, but
Oh wow.
yeah, I did. I mean, because he had the experience on his resume. I have to be responsible and protect myself. He had the experience on his resume. So I'm going to engage and I'm going to
Hmm.
talk to him. So, yeah, that's to protect myself legally as well, you know, to
Wow.
keep if they come back on the back end and say I wasn't given an opportunity. Oh, yes, I talked to you.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah,
are
yeah,
those
yeah.
calls recorded or you can't record them?
No, they're not. It depends on the company that you work
Okay.
for, and they have a responsibility to let you know that the call is recorded. But I don't
Right.
record any of my calls.
Okay, and I was curious about that because there are companies, as you were saying, that I interviewed with, and they did record the call. They would let you know up front, "Thank you for taking the time today. My name is so and so. I just want to give you a heads up that this call will be recorded. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you don't approve to being recorded, we can stop right now." And first time I heard that, I was really weirded out. I was wondering to myself, like, what is happening here? Like, am I getting a clearance or something? Like, am I going to be working for the government? And
There are
it was
times
really
I
just because
wish,
of their liability. They have liability
yeah,
because of the people that have interviewed in the past.
there are times I wish I could record on the calls only because of my notes. You really
Hmm.
have to be detailed with your interview notes, and sometimes people talk fast, and I may miss some very important things. Those are the times I wish that those calls were recorded, so I
Right.
can make sure that I share my client in the best way, with capturing everything. So, yeah. Mhm.
So that's an interesting point there. So when you're interviewing somebody, you're talking, taking notes, you're
Yep.
listening, and then you're reading some of this back saying, so did I hear that correctly? However
Yeah.
many years on the job, and then
Yeah.
so for me, I couldn't do that because, as you can already tell, like something pops into my mind, and I just got to talk about it. I got to say it. So taking notes while I'm talking and listening, like I don't have that focus, and that's why I said like I'm a mess when it comes to my organization. But I have taken steps to make myself more organized by labeling folders, making things very purposeful, taking that deliberate effort to organize myself for my my professional life. But when it comes to my
Mhm.
personal life, I think I moved something in my office to try and straighten up, and it's lost until I move. So I hope to find many of the things that I cleaned up in my house a few weeks ago. But in all seriousness, though, your answers all night, I just have to like thank you so much because you're
Thank
actually
you.
giving very credible answers and feedback that's going to help a lot of people. Even if no one in here is looking for work right now in the metaverse, there will be opportunities. I mean, just to show of hands, how
Mhm.
many people want to make money in here? Who wants to make money to be in headset in Horizon? Like, absolutely.
I mean, I
If you
need
could
it. I want to
quit your day
retire.
job.
Yes.
Right, who wants to retire by doing this? Because there's been times where you're working your day job and it is that a job. Maybe it's not a career yet, or even if it's a career and it's the wrong career. Being in here, it's like that release, um, it's not escapism from where people think that they need to get away from reality. It's actually just a way to blow off steam to get more, interactions, more social events, and to be
Mhm.
able to make money in here as well, that to me is huge. So there's so many people that don't believe yet that this is where we're going to be making money and where we're going to be working in the future. But I say it's the opposite. There's so many people that are going to miss out on this opportunity because they're just waiting until they see it successful. Did
I'm
you,
ready.
from the day you got in here, I know you said you got in here and you started working out, but when you got in here, how long did it take for you to recognize that this was somewhere where you could start a business?
Uh Maybe 2 or 3 weeks. I
Hmm.
started writing then, like, oh my God. Oh yes, I could do that. Oh yeah. So I started, and then it hit me. You have did most of your research already for your staffing agency. Just do that.
Yep.
I already do it. So yeah. It about 2, 3 weeks. And then I reached out to Herbert, and we started drafting out how we were gonna do the elevate staffing world. So you make
And as
sure
far as
everyone
in,
pull it up and give it a like, please. I need it.
yeah, elevate staffing. This is something that while it's new to this space, but there are others who are growing in this space. I really appreciate that you're kind of going at this 100% professional, 100% about growing it the right way, and
Yeah,
not using it as kind of just a talking point with other people. Like, you actually are very, very passionate about it. I mean, everything that you've talked about today, I mean, you could just see it. And like you said, it's not in
absolutely.
here as opposed to the physical world. There's real people behind these avatars. You're in here as yourself, talking with these other people who are genuinely interested in finding work, and you're genuinely interested in helping them.
I'm
And even though I did ask
interested in
for,
making a difference.
yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm so glad that that's your passion behind it. But even though some of those questions, it is easy to kind of just dive into the sensationalism of, oh, I had this bad call and this person was terrible, and oh, afterwards we trashed him because he was not, a good interview. But you didn't. You pointed out, not only, yes, it was an awkward experience, but I gave him the opportunity as I would anyone else. Went through and made sure I was protected. Checked all the boxes for the experience, and we went through the process. That means more than just saying, yeah, yeah, I gave him a shot. Like, it's fine. We didn't hire him, but whatever. But like you actually genuinely have like this professionalism about you that you can't
Mhm.
teach. So I give you your flowers and all of
Thank
your credit for
you.
that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Um,
Thank
so
you.
so I'm curious, does anybody want to come up to the mic, ask some questions? I mean, y'all probably all have jobs. I don't know. Maybe y'all don't. You live with your parents. It don't matter to me. I'm not judging. But is there anything that y'all got questions for Amina? Because Amina has been giving out gems all night long, whether it's been about interview practices, about being professional, about dressing the part, about, how you're going to interact in her office space. And all these things, maybe it's not hitting home right now, but when this space does open up for more opportunities, you're going to think back and you're going to be like, oh, you know what? Amina was talking about this on the Oculus's Horizon Live. Let me go ahead and switch up my avatar, because if I'll go up in there looking fresh, maybe they look at me and be like, oh, look at you. You changed just for the interview, and this is a
Yeah.
virtual space. And they weren't going to judge you on that anyway, but it
Yeah.
shows you put the effort in. Things like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Things like that really counts. It really does. So take it
I mean, this
serious.
is okay, right? This is business
Yeah.
casual, right?
Yeah. It's you
I got the
fine.
sleeves rolled up.
You got it. Yeah. You look like a
The
talk
V-neck
show
though,
host. You
it's a
got
little low, maybe.
it. Put your little necklace
Oh,
on next time. You got it.
uh, is this grabbable? I thought I left it grabbable. Maybe I didn't. Sadie Chan got the V-neck on me, and it's the right height. I had to raise it up just a hair though. It was low, but then I looked in my mirror and I was like, this V-neck is a little low. So, Meta, hook that neckline up just a little bit. That's all I'm asking. So, where can they find you on social media? I don't know if you're. I mean,
Yes,
obviously
my
they got to connect with
name
you
is
somehow, but
Amina.
shout it out.
Aminah underscore 0077 on the Oculus and Instagram. Same name. And I have a post
Same name.
later on Instagram, later on this evening with my office phone number to give me a call if you want to set up a consultation. So just as I mentioned earlier, for the remainder of this month, if you have some questions on your resume, some resume critiques, bring it by or let's talk about it. If you are prepping for an interview and you want to go over some questions, just also send me an inbox and we'll schedule some time to talk. Okay.
That's awesome. So, what's next for your staffing agency? I know you got a checklist of things, but
Yeah.
what would it be? Let's say, fast forward, whether it's a month, 6 months, a year from now. What is the ideal situation for your staffing agency? Like, talk about it from the people looking for work side, people who are looking for people to work for them, and then you in the middle, kind of making that thing happen.
Well, right now, my ultimate goal is to staff pretty much all of my positions that I have open on my job every day. I'm hoping to at
Hmm.
least find two or three people that I've hired from in the metaverse that I can take back to show as a product for my job that they can use this as a tool as
Oh.
well. So that's the first thing. And the second thing, for Elevate Staffing, the possibilities are endless. I would really hope to eventually in the future work with other companies in here. You guys can hire me as your consultant to find your hires, or wherever any businesses that are coming into the metaverse. I would like to open up my services to be able to recruit and find them hires as well. So I'm thinking maybe on down the road, maybe within the next 6 months, maybe to that place, but who knows? If the opportunity presents, I will sit down and talk.
That's great. That's great. Now,
Yeah.
I kind of wonder, is it better to kind of have a backlog of people who are looking for work that you can kind of start to work with and prepare,
Yep.
or is it better to
Yep.
have the client list of places that are going to want to get people hired to come to their worlds or to be in,
It's dual.
staffed in their worlds?
You need both. They're both, you need both. They're interchangeable. I need the
Hmm.
pipeline of candidates, and I also need a couple of clients to work for. So I will eventually start working on my resume pipeline of candidates or people in here that are looking for jobs. They can send me their resume, and I will keep it for a, a specified amount of time and be able to use that to find you an opportunity if I have something that you're looking for, if your skills match. So eventually, I will spend each time with the person that send me their resume. I will do an intake with them to understand what their vision is. Where do they plan to go? And so when I do talk to clients, I will be able to say, well, okay, well, I think I do have two or three people that I've already talked to.
Hmm.
So to answer your question, you need both. So
Need both.
that's on my list, Oculus.
It's on the list. I got to see this list. This list, I feel like, and you're doing the interview. You're looking down. You're like, "Yep, I'm gonna add that to my list."
Yeah.
All right. So if I'm hearing you correctly,
Yeah.
well, I tell you
So,
what, I've interviewed with a number of places, and only one I did not get the job, and it was actually where I didn't. I knew I wasn't a good fit for it, but I wanted the opportunity because somebody else worked there, and they were telling me about perks that they had, and not saying it in a bragging way that every place that I've interviewed for I got the job except for that one, but it was a learning experience for that one. And I know when people say, when people come into your life, they're either a lesson or a blessing. It's the same thing with everything. There's no mistakes. There's just lessons to be learned. When I interviewed for that position, I wasn't prepared. I wasn't in a
mm-hmm.
quiet space. I wasn't researching the position. I just wanted the job. And
Yeah,
I even went above and beyond and I emailed back saying I could do better. Give me another call, give me another chance. And I didn't do
yeah,
the homework on that one either. But I
yeah.
was more just bragging about myself, my skills, what I could do. And I think they saw right through it. And that was
They
just me
did.
learning early on.
They
Do you
did.
have
And they also,
experience
they
where that?
knew, yeah, they knew that you were a referral of someone as well. So the recruiter was listening to um your passion about coming to this job, or are you specifically coming because you know this
Right.
person. And so you did give off some clues that, wait, this is either going to be a job hopper or he's going to give us some issues. Also,
Mm-hmm.
whether you were going to start a clique with you and your friend, there was some dynamic that you gave off that they felt like,
Mm-hmm.
no, we can't take this chance. So
Yep.
yeah.
And it took me a little while after, like probably a couple years into my actual job that I got before I realized what was the actual issue. And it was more of what I had done prior to that interview and everything I did after that interview of just being interested, being in the conversation, taking interest in what was being talked about, talking about what was actually important to the role and not just trying to get through the interview. And I don't think people recognize the difference when they're interviewing. They feel it's a Q and A, asking
Mm-hmm.
questions, and now I'm supposed to respond. And it's a conversation, because not only do you have to be a good fit for them, but they have to be a good fit for you. Is there anything you can speak on about that? Because I know a lot of people think they just need to be the right person for that role, and they don't realize that you may go through the interview and realize it's not the right role for you.
Well, yeah, well, that's a deep question too. Well, to be honest, with that research, if you did the correct research before you went in that room to interview, you knew if that job was for you or not. You knew immediately if you spent the time to do the research whether you were going to be a fit or not. And it shows when you get there, because you can't articulate anything about it. You're not conversing back and forth. This is
Mm-hmm.
just a question answer session. And from that, the client loses interest in you very much if you're not
Mm-hmm.
engaged, or if they don't feel that you will bring value to them. That's important
Right.
because everybody has to benefit, the person getting hired and the person that are hiring you. So, um, and trust me, they're listening for very specific things. Maybe if I didn't hear as a recruiter, when I submit you over to the hiring manager, they're going to probe deeper. There are some specific things that they're listening for, that
Mm-hmm.
were not even discussed with me. So, the more informed you are, the better opportunity you have. Yeah.
Yeah. And I gotta say, every interview that I've had, I'm a people person. I love to talk. So when I get into that room after that handshake or on that call saying, "Hey, thank you so much for this opportunity. Appreciate you taking the time." Um, you know, they'll usually start off the question part, but I always show first my appreciation for their time, because while they're still trying to fill a position, it's very important for me to let them know that I'm appreciative of them taking the time to even consider me. And that's a very
Mm-hmm.
important thing in my personal thing. But do you feel that many interviewers or interviewees take that opportunity or even know to kind of uh, open it up that way? Or what do you usually recommend to people when they go into an interview?
I recommend that they be um themselves, because the person that's interviewing also can sense sometimes when you're pretending as well. So be
Hmm.
yourself. Um there was something else that I wanted to add really quick and I just forgot it was important too. For the introverts, I'm an introvert.
Yes.
Um,
Really?
and yes, I really am.
Wow.
But the
Take this
Oculus helps
advice.
me. It helps me with social anxiety. And so introverts, when you are presenting yourself, speak up, be confident in yourself as your own brand. Okay, that's so important. We sometimes can, the room can overpower us and make us feel very, very, very small. So if you are interviewing for a position, be confident in your skill, be confident in yourself, speak with a strong voice. Um, and you still can be that introverted person or however when you leave that building, but you need to leave your mark that day. So speak up, be heard, and it's okay. Do some breathing exercises before you get there. Meditate, just settle yourself, go in calmly, and understand that that person that you're talking to is just a person as well. um uh, I really, 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 really mean that. I'm an introvert, and so I get really, really anxious. And so I can understand sometimes that you can miscommunicate or not communicate
Oh yeah.
effectively. because you are introvert. So practice. Get in the mirror. Talk to yourself. Yeah, you're going to look crazy. You may sound crazy, but when you go out and you present yourself as a finished product, you're going to do well and you're going to feel more better about it because you worked on it. You practiced. You don't have to tell nobody that you stood in the mirror and you rehearsed it 30 times. Who cares? Just go out there and be strong and use your strongest voice that you have for yourself, okay?
So you break out the mirror and you
Introvert,
say,
please, introverts. Speak up for
so what do you
yourself, be heard.
what do you say in the mirror? Because I know I've heard this practice so many times, but some people it's like affirmations, telling yourself that you're worth it, that you're amazing.
Hmm.
But is it something like just practicing your speech or practicing talking to someone else? Like what is that? What is that process? Because that's very good advice, but I really want to elaborate a little more.
Well, I just it depends on the situation. In the morning time, what that would look like, stand in the mirror, okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go today. We're going to do it today. This is what you have to do. This is what must be done. This can wait till tomorrow. This is something that you can pick up this weekend. But today, you must perform. You have to do this. And just tell yourself, we're going to do it. And when I get home, I'm going to celebrate my accomplishments. Celebrate
Mm.
every accomplishment, big, small. Celebrate them all. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's such
That's
good
what I tell
advice in
myself in the
general.
morning time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just keep
Celebrate those
reaffirming
small
yourself.
wins.
Yeah, yeah.
People think small wins don't matter enough to celebrate, or they don't take the time to celebrate those small wins. But you'd be surprised after celebrating so many of those small wins, the confidence that it instills in you, the motivation
Mm-hmm.
that you give yourself to do more. And then those small wins become part of your day where it's like, even you get out of bed. I was listening to somebody who was giving a speech for a graduating class, and they said, the first thing you do getting out of bed, the first thing I do get out of bed is I make my bed. And that's one accomplishment. And that's one thing that I celebrate. And I start my day off with one accomplishment. Everything after that is going to be amazing. Even if it's a bad day, my day started with an accomplishment and a win. And when I go to bed, I know that I'm coming home to a bed that's been made. And now I
Mm-hmm.
have something to end my day to with another positive affirmation. And I was just thinking about that, and I'm like, I know my wife and I like I love making the bed. I don't know what it is. I think my parents were just like every time I got out the damn bed, it was go make your bed. Is your bed
Yeah.
made? Did you make your bed? I know you didn't make your bed. So now it's like me and my wife. I'm like, you gonna make the bed? All right, I'm gonna make the bed. I'll just do it. So I just do it now, and I don't celebrate that win because to me it's muscle memory. But in reality, you're starting your day off with one positive thing, one accomplishment,
Mm-hmm.
and it's something that can continue the rest of your day in a positive note. So, like you said, celebrate these small wins, even if it's I got
Mm-hmm.
to work and I saved an extra 5 minutes, or I went and got gas on the way home because I didn't lie to myself and say I was going to do it tomorrow morning because I got time, like things like that. Like those are good things to do. And you're the procrastinating
Yeah,
type, like you said. How many times you say I'm
I
gonna do it in the
do.
morning?
I say it every day. I say it every day. But that's hell. That's one of my weaknesses. Now I didn't tell you. That's a weakness of mine. Procrastination. I'm working on it.
Hey, that's
So
all right. Working on it. It's a progression. It's progress.
just
It
be able to
see in my
identify.
personal Well, that's the most important part is to own it. If you don't own
Yeah.
it, that's the hardest part. But in my personal life, I'm a project manager, an IT project manager, and as part of my project teams, I always tell people we're going to celebrate the small wins. We're going to have a recognition before we get started. Good news and recognition starts the meeting off a little bit more positive note, but also you're recognizing your teammates, and it makes people feel important, valued. So when it comes to these small wins, I live by it, whether it's in my professional life, my personal life, even in here. Whenever I'm a part of anything, I'll give people those positive affirmations, the flowers. I'll be like, "Oh, this is amazing. Oh, you did a great job. This is fantastic." Because it helps people actually feel better about what they're doing, and it motivates, and it just makes you feel good, not just to be
Mm-hmm.
hearing it, but to be able to give that support as well. So, in here for your staffing agency, we talked about what the future looks like. The use case was the most intriguing part about that when you were talking about using this as an example of how your physical world job can benefit from it.
Yep.
So, is there on your list a plan for that? Do you have just kind of
Yeah.
outlined you're going to just
I've
get people
already
jobs and get places
I've
work, or
already started that plan. Yeah, that plan is
amazing?
in motion already. Yeah, I've showed my job. I did a cast record record cast to them so they were able to
Hmm.
see inside of the office. I shared the vision that they could use this for every client that we have. We could find
Wow.
everybody right here. We really
Yep.
could. So we'll see. It's still early. The jury is definitely still out.
Right. I know a
Yeah.
lot of businesses are nervous about coming in here because the ROI is hard to measure. How do I pay for a world? I come in here with my business and there's no way to connect outside. How do I
Mhm.
how do I get out of the metaverse what I'm putting into it? And so it's that conversation of being in here is the first step. Get your feet planted, get your roots in here, get a chance to get acclimated with what the possibilities are today and already have your vision for the future so that way you can build and be ready for it. And that's
Yeah.
what's really encouraging a lot of businesses to get into this space. But there's other businesses, like you're saying, jury's still out on whether or not this is the right fit yet or if it's going to be successful. Um, do you think there's a turning point somewhere where businesses just start to realize this is where I need to be? Because crypto and NFTs and a lot of the metaverses out there where you can already connect your website. You can click a link, you can go and you can make payments, you can set up a Patreon. Like there's all different
Mhm.
kind of capability right now in other spaces, but just not here yet. Do you think there's one thing that's really going to make that decision for businesses to just start pouring into this space?
Hell yeah. Bigger corporations making the decision to take the plunge is going to make.
Hmm.
Didn't I hear that Disney is coming? Is that true or I mean, is
I think
that
Hardy said that
correct?
on here a couple weeks
Okay.
ago. He said Disney
Uh,
was working their way into the metaverse. I haven't
yeah.
seen anything specific, but Disney's huge.
Yeah. I mean, just even with the possibility of companies having the conversation, oh, yeah, in the next year or so, who knows? I mean, just since I've been on in Horizon since what, February, it's already
Mm.
changed drastically since February. So, yeah, I see it. And I see that it's just going to take one major corporation to come in here and it's going to blow up.
So there are businesses that are slowly making their way in here, and I think during Pride Month, we had Mastercard. They brought the True Self World with Skitter and Rhonda X. Shout them out! Obviously, incredible builders, incredible team. The Target worlds, the path, the journey, and home. Those were part of Pride Month as well. We had Wendy's come in and do, I think they're on like their fourth world now. So there's brands that are coming in here that are very public and getting some support from Meta. But there's also brands that are coming in here that are being brought in by just builders in here that don't have
Yeah.
a full business. So
I'm
they're slowly
hoping to
coming
be
in. It's
that
just we're not
one.
hearing about all of them.
I'm hoping to be one of them that brings in a staffing agency. Now I was given permission to say their name, so I will say it. I work
Hey, shout them
for
out.
I work for Source 2. That's the staffing agency that I work for, but I can't say who the
Hmm.
client is, but the company
Right.
is Source 2. They're out of Winter Park, Florida, and they're very innovative young company. So eventually I feel like I may be able to get them on board. I hope. I hope.
Well, we hope to see them in here. Shout out Source 2. I can't wait to meet
Yeah.
y'all in the metaverse.
Yeah. It's a
That's great.
great company to work for. Great company. And I'm not just saying that. Yeah, they are great. Hmm.
Yeah, culture of a company of a business is a night and day difference when you work for a business that treats you like a number. And
Yes.
you know, that's the reason I've been at my job for so long, because I really enjoy the people. I enjoy the people that I work with, and even my own management. Like their leadership, they're not managers, and they even reflect that in their own names. Like when I was first brought in as a project manager, my title was IT project leader, and it was because the manager role really isn't something that they want to celebrate. They don't want to celebrate somebody who's managing people. They want to celebrate leadership. People are elevating their teams, and it actually took a little bit for them to adjust to the fact that it's not about me leading people, it's about managing projects, and that's why it's actually a management position of IT project manager, not IG project leader. And you know, that's how amazing the culture is of where I work, because they really do care about people and making sure that people are taken care of. Because in all reality, if you take care of your people, they're going to do good work, they're going to want to come to
Mhm.
work, they're going to want to
Mhm.
come and do a good job, and that's what's important. What's up, Killing Machine? Got a question?
Yeah, I got a
Yes,
question.
no? Oh, there you are. Hey, what's up?
Oh, what up? Um, this has nothing to do with what you guys are talking about. But when are you guys gonna fix Arena Clash?
Ah, that's a good question. So, Arena Clash is actually being worked on, and I know that sounds like a generic answer, but I don't work for Meta, so I can be honest with you that when all these people are putting in the videos and the pictures and the details in user voice,
Mm-hmm.
if you haven't had a chance, go to user voice and check that out. There's a
Okay.
lot wrong with Arena Clash right now. You got the invincibility where people just don't die. You get stuck
Yeah.
on the map, or you get stuck up in the lobby. There's the worlds themselves, billboarding doesn't work, the sound capacity's over. So Arena Clash has a is riddled with bugs right now. So it's more than just rolling out a patch and fixing it and everybody goes back to playing all of the Arena Clash clone worlds. So they are actively trying to fix everything that is going on with that PvP template
So
right now.
are they gonna
And
do it like all at once or just
I don't know.
little by little?
Honestly, I just know that the depth of how much is broken with that PvP template is why it's still broken, because it's so much in that world. If you ever go and open a new world and pick the PvP template and make your own,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see it's a spaghetti of all of these different scripts that make
I
the
love
entire world
spaghetti.
work. Right. So I mean, get yourself a fork and a spoon and twirl it up, because the whole world is nothing but a spaghetti monster of scripting, and the sound complexity is broken to where as soon as you import that template, you're 115%. So I understand the frustration.
True.
People, oh, and the leaderboards are broken. The ranking is broken. I lost my ranking a long time ago because I was at two something and it dropped me to one. So all of those things that are broken with it is why it's not ready yet. So all I
Damn.
can say is just please be patient, but please keep making noise about it. Discord, comment in there asking about what's the status. Is it going to get fixed? Go on user voice. Leave your details in the details. Hey, trying to play Arena Clash. This is, you know, we're part of the gaming community and we want to see that fixed again. There's a whole Horizon gaming community group. If you're not a part of it, that is
Yeah, cause look,
actively like
I only get on this app for Arena Clash. Without Arena Clash, I wouldn't be on here.
right. So I mean, without Arena Clash right now, you joining us, so I appreciate you. But at the same
Oh
time,
yeah, no
no, all
problem.
seriousness,
I
Horizon
was just
gaming
trying to get
community,
to a
get.
high level authority who I can talk to, you know?
I mean, I wish I was up there, but like I said, I help out with the bugs, so that's why I know so much about it. But Horizon Gaming Community, go into the group, just post about it. Say, why is Arena Clash still broken? And you'll get like, you know, a dozen people who have been putting that in, and they'll drop links so you can go vote on it and leave your details. But 100%, make sure that you're being vocal about it. That's how Horizon knows to kind of put some pressure on getting it fixed. But I appreciate the question
Okay.
because it is good
All right.
information to ask.
Appreciate it. I
And
appreciate it. I'm pretty sure
absolutely.
half these fans, you know, for Arena Clash, like they would only play Arena Clash, you know?
I
They're
mean,
only here for
I've
Arena.
spent a whole lot of time in Arena Class. Trust me, I know where you coming from.
Damn, nobody. Nobody.
You got one, two. You got two. I think you cut out two.
I probably cut out, but it's all right. All
It's
right,
all
just want
good.
to throw my message out there. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Discord, user voice, Horizon Gaming community, Horizon Worlds community, all the Facebook groups. Make sure you're vocal. What's up, Five Cheesecake Rider? Five Cheesecake Rider.
Yeah, what's this event for?
Basically, it's a talk show. We have people up on stage that'll talk about either things that they're creating, anything that they're doing in the community, if there's something that they want to talk about, celebrate, whatever it may be. So it's basically a talk show space, and we have this microphone so you can ask questions. All right.
I wished I would have been prepared.
For what, Arena Clash?
No, for this to sit up here and talk today.
Oh, I'm so glad that you just literally said that because that brought my mind right back to what I was going to say to you. First
What?
of all, I apologize. I, number one, had no idea that you were the introvert type and that you are the, very organized in your professional life. And I just brought you up on stage and I'm like, tell me about your work. I actually brought you up here because I wanted to celebrate you in bringing this
Thank
new
you.
venture to the metaverse. But also, I really wanted to hear more about what it is that you're doing because everything that I do is for the community. I don't know if how many people out there know who I am or what I do, but I spend pretty much all of my time in here doing community forward work, whether it's supporting the community, helping with the bugs, like they just asked about Arena Clash, doing a lot of time working with people to help them find what it is they're looking for, but also the community building of recognizing other leaders in the community who are doing these incredible things, such as yourself doing this
Thank
this
you.
this new venture for people. And so when I brought you up here, I was just thinking about I really want to learn more about what you do and help you share that with the community. And then just from talking to you, I'm like, I totally should have given you more time to prepare. So first, I apologize, but I am beyond grateful for everything that you said tonight, shared
Thank
tonight,
you.
and your professionalism. Because you could have totally told me like, nah, like the first person I brought up here, they were just like running, trying to get off the stage.
No, I
So
wasn't
I
gonna
seriously
miss the
thank you for your
opportunity.
professionalism.
I've been working on pushing myself, so this was a push for me tonight, and I'm going to celebrate it because I think I did
Hey,
okay. I think I did okay. Thank y'all.
in
This
all
is
seriousness,
completely outside of the box, but I'm happy
I'm
that
so
I came
grateful.
through.
No, you did. You did a fantastic job.
Thank
The
you.
conversation is what I love about this show, which is why I host this show because I really want people to just be in a safe, comfortable space where they can just talk. And it's
Hmm.
not like a hard interview. Like, all right, I heard that the staffing agency industry right now is suffering because it's down 27% in the physical world. Tell me about how you plan on bringing that up in the metaverse. And
But
you
it
just be like,
really is, though.
I know.
It sucks right now, but hey.
But I mean that's what I mean. Like it's not this kind of space where I'm like asking the hard questions to put people on the spot. I really want
Yeah,
people to be able to enjoy this space and be able to talk about what they're passionate about because it's given me the opportunity to share that with others. And I think it's
yeah.
important that people learn all of these new spaces and these new opportunities that are coming up.
But I
So,
saw somebody that just came in that I know that you need to talk to soon,
oh,
and I know that I'm putting him on the spot too.
let's
But
get it.
code engineer, he's what
Oh,
it is.
I
He's
know Code
good.
Engineer. He's here.
He's good. He's good, good, good. So,
You want to join us on
um,
stage, Code Engineer? I can't. My script is broke. I need a code engineer. I'm gonna unlock the door if you want to join me on the side.
Sure.
why don't you just interview him going forward? I'm gonna get off because my battery about to die.
Oh well, I'll tell you what. You already shouted out where we could find you. We
Yeah.
definitely want to shout out your world. So go ahead and shout your world out and let people know what your next steps or what you got coming up next, and then
Okay.
we'll let you jump off, and then you can enjoy the rest of the
Elevate
night.
Elevate Staffing and Consulting. Please give it a like. Right now, what I'm staffing for are construction foremen and construction technicians, as well as landscape foremen and landscape
Wow.
technicians pretty much nationwide. Just stop by and see what locations I have, but mostly around stormwater infrastructure. So I have those positions open now that I'm hiring for. So if you know of anyone, come by. I need to talk to you today.
And now, just for clarity, your construction foremen and workers that you're looking for in
Yeah,
the physical world, in
yeah.
I'm guessing, is this
Physical world.
what location?
Nationwide. I staff for the
Oh,
entire US. Yes.
oh, that's big.
Yeah. But yeah,
I'm thinking
and
like
no,
one area.
no,
Wow.
no, it's nationwide. This firm works nationwide. And so my locations are always revolving and changing. So I may have a location in Ashland, Virginia today, and it may close tomorrow, and I may have somewhere in Roanoke tomorrow. So constantly revolving. So stop by, and thank you so much for letting me come and talk today. I really appreciate it. I really do.
Absolutely, absolutely. And please share with others that, these opportunities are here as well, because I love to bring people up here and give them a chance to talk about what they got going on. And,
Right.
a lot of the people that I met in here, it was literally they were in a world with me and were just like, Oculus, if you got a second to check out my world, I'd really appreciate it. Let's go. Let's go right now. We're
Yeah,
going.
you
We're
did
taking
that with
everybody.
me the other day. So I appreciate that. The more people that
Absolutely.
can see it, they can learn about it. So I'm going to scoot
Yep.
off. You're about to talk
All
to
right.
one of the
Everybody confetti for
brains
Amina.
here.
Appreciate you.
See you later.
Well, I appreciate it, but I think that's a
Of
little too much.
course. I'll see you later. Okay. Thanks, Oculos.
Absolutely.
Have a
Exits
good
on the
night.
right.
Okay.
Code Engineer, welcome. It's
Yes,
great to
sir.
have you. Great to have you.
Appreciate
So
it.
you
Yeah.
and your other Bob the Builder, where'd he go? You were here last week, and y'all.
Oh well, he is working on something else. Yeah, he's got another project that he's trying to get done.
Very cool. So you've been active in Discord quite a bit, and that's where I know your name from. Plus, you
Right.
just recently launched Metapoly. But tell us a little bit about yourself before you got into Horizon and what brought you in here.
Okay. So me, I am an engineer. I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm actually working on my PhD right now.
Oh, awesome.
Um, yeah. So I kind of got into coding a little bit when I was in my undergrad. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed writing uh, just different scripts that would pretty much do things for me. Plus, being a mechanical engineer, part of our training is that we would do some kind of data analysis. So we would have to take data and then we'd have to analyze it in some way or manipulate it and then, plot it so that we can make it or do something with it useful. Um, so that got me into different programming languages. My first one, I think, was I would say MATLAB, and then
MATLAB.
because of an
Yep.
internship, yeah, you're familiar with that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's MATLAB and Python. Whenever it comes to academia, they are very much used quite a bit. But then I had an internship at AB&B, and while I was there, I spent some time learning how to use VBA just in Excel. People argue all the time, well, that's not really a programming language, and really, it's not. It depends on how you define it, right?
Right.
But then I thought, I really would like to get to know a little bit more about it. So I went and I started playing with like C++, C sharp, started messing with Arduinos because I really get a kick out of that. It's anytime you can program something or you can
Mm-hmm.
write some kind of script to it and then it has an output that you can see. It has a functionality, something that's useful, especially. Like the ESP32s are great that you can take them and you can make WebSockets that connect to them and then you can do things remotely. Those are really fun. But no, I don't have any like computer science background, so everything's been kind of learning on the fly. But so for me, when I heard about Horizon World and the metaverse, and I absolutely believe the metaverse is going to be a huge thing one day, 100%. Uh, right now, it's in its infancy, and it's hard to see all of
Mm-hmm.
the potential ways that it can be used. But and this is actually going back to my point of one of the reasons why I think it's so big in VR, especially VR and AR. So I got involved with a small startup, and what we were going to do is we're going to take the VR and EEG cap, artificial intelligence, and we're going to put all that together, and we're going to use that to make therapeutic content for autistic kids. Because one of the things,
Oh.
like if you're trying to work with autistic kids, they have a few different traits with the way that their brains work, and so you can use an EEG cap to to look at that, to analyze it over time, and then you can use VR or AR in order to introduce some kind of stimuli to their environment that you can control, and then use that as a feedback loop. And then if you throw artificial intelligence in there, machine learning, you have the potential of something that can create customized therapy for kids on the fly, right? And you don't need a therapist, so it's very cheap. So this is
Hmm.
something that it's going to come. It's something that I got kind of involved in for a little bit. I got to learn about Unity then. And so that's kind of where it paved the way for me getting into here and learning how to make stuff here in Horizon. And I thought this
That's
would be a great place to start whenever I heard about it.
so. I mean, you said you had a little bit of Unity experience. Now, was that
Yeah.
you actually spent time creating in Unity, or because you had some exposure to Unity, you figured jumping to Horizon was
No,
a
I
easy
created
transition?
a.
Or
Oh no. I created a gosh, an example. That's not really a good word for it. The word's escaping me at the moment. But I created a demo that we
hmm.
could use to demonstrate how we could create therapy, and then we could use that therapy to uh, bring in data, and then that data could be analyzed on the fly, and then used to feed back in to a machine learning algorithm. So I did that all in Unity. I created an environment, a little setup, a story line, and so you had like step one, step two, step three. So many stages that they'd have to go through and instructions they'd have to follow. A little airplane that they would have to point at, and they'd have to, have certain feedbacks. I'd ask them a question, and they'd have to answer it a certain way, and then uh, so all of that stuff would be put back into a program that would then kind of determine whether or not they were progressing correctly and how it could be used to change and change the therapy content.
Wow. Now, what made you want to create this content for autistic children or autistic people? Like, was there something that you just noticed a gap, or you had taken interest, or somebody maybe close to you and you wanted to kind of help, or what was the
So
thought process behind that?
it was it was a postdoc. He was actually a PhD when I first met him, PhD student. And he and another PhD who is actually works with kids, they were talking about doing this. And I said, look, I've got experience with coding, a little bit of programming. I've actually played in Unity and I made apps and stuff on my phone. And I said, maybe I can assist in that. And if anything, I mean, we're all, if you're an engineer and you have that kind of background, the biggest advantage I think of having that kind of training is that you learn to think analytically and to think on your own, that you figure
Hmm.
things out. It's like, so it's, that's really kind of how we got hooked up, is I knew people, and it was probably just in the right place at the right time,
That's
you know.
that's always a great great origin story for an idea, because I
Yeah.
always think back to like a certain part in my life, and it's like, had this one experience not taken
Mhm.
place, maybe I would have gone another direction. And my time in Horizon, my second day here was kind of the starting point for everything that I've done up to this point. I really would have just left and never come back had it not been for the people that I met, the community guides that were really encouraging and really helpful. And, it kind of sparked this idea for hosting these tours in the plaza that eventually turned into a community event. And the whole purpose behind what I've been doing, trying to support the community and help creators have their world seen that typically
Mhm.
wouldn't get a chance to be, showcased in the plaza or promoted in the Oculus blog, and just worlds that are just really undervalued and are so amazing. And it would have never happened. I would have, if I would have found a PlayStation or an Xbox instead of an
Yeah.
Oculus, I would be, staring at a dusty console that I'm probably not playing anymore. So I'm so grateful that I couldn't find those systems, and I invested in my headset and my Quest 2, because it's been literally that moment in time that has launched everything that has been happening for me in the metaverse. And I'd
Yeah.
probably be one of those people on the outside saying, "You know what? I don't know if the metaverse is ready. I don't know if it's time. Oh, I don't think that, these avatars without legs are the future." But it's something that without experiencing it, you really just can't, you know, understand it, I guess. Have you had
Everything
people
is
that you've tried to
underwhelming.
convince to come in here?
Oh yeah, yeah, plenty of people. In fact, to be perfectly honest with you, when I my first time coming in here was back in December when they first opened up Horizons, and I read all the news articles about, hey, this is going to be the metaverse and it's going to be meta ran, and I was like, you know what, I think this is going to be big. I absolutely believe that metaverse is going to happen, and I think that this is an excellent platform for it to be on. So all these things are working together, as a
Right.
real pro for it. So I got on it, and to be honest, my first experience was underwhelming. I thought, like you said, it's very blockish. It's not very well defined.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to the little tutorial where you build the bridge, and I thought, well,
The
this isn't
bridge.
that great. Yeah. So I put it down. And it was several months later. You talk about my Bob the Builder friend. That would be Eagle Eye Eric. He used to be my neighbor, and we're still friends. I was over at his house one day, and or actually his son's house to be correct. Um, and we were talking. And he was like, "Yeah, I'm doing this, that, and the other." And I was like, "I didn't realize that it was able to do that." And that really, you know, I decided to go ahead and give it another shot. And to be honest with you, I'm glad I did because I really enjoy it. It's a good pastime, like to get away from everything else.
Hmm.
It's really enjoyable. And I like building some of the things that I build, some of the challenges that are associated with it. Although I am getting very frustrated with Horizon World bugs. Seems like every update comes. Is it really an update, or are we just digressing?
Right, and that's a great call out, because there are a lot of things right now that are waiting to be fixed, and I say that with reluctance, because there are things that there are tons of user voice bugs out there that are being addressed, that are being looked at. But we all
Mm-hmm.
know that there's this transition period we're in right now. That Visit 2.0 rollout has really affected existing worlds where they should just sit in the state when they were published. And this is something that some people in the scripting community, Janimator, Wafflecopters, a bunch of other names out there that are doing all of this great work for sharing their talents with the community,
Yeah.
and they all really do want to help, and so that's why they're so active in the Discord channels about scripting, and why they're talking about, if you have the world published, it should be in a state where it's unchanged. You shouldn't have to worry about my world now. I have to go back and check to see if something broke every week. And a lot of these conversations are going to start happening, and I think we are at this turning point where Horizon and the team at Meta, they're listening. We have their attention, and it's what we
Mm-hmm.
do from here that's going to make the difference in the future of this metaverse. And had it not been for people speaking up and saying enough is enough, our worlds are breaking. We're constantly chasing bugs. New bugs are being released all the time. That Had nobody spoken up, who knows how long this would have gone on, and the community would have just started to slowly dissipate to a point where we would just have no one building worlds and no one exploring. So, totally get your frustration. I unfortunately have not gone so deep into scripting my worlds to where everything's breaking, but I do have, my friends in here where I go to their worlds and you can't even play the basic mechanic because collisions are
Yeah.
broken or sounds are broken, or you have asset spawning's broken. So there's so many things right now that are being addressed, and it's just really good to know that we're now at a point where they're listening, they're paying attention, they're wanting to help, and they want to improve this platform so it's not always us versus them or us doing all of the chasing of the bugs and fixing our worlds and them rolling out more features
Yeah.
that just aren't ready. Have you had a chance to get engaged in the Discord about any of that conversation, or have you just
Well,
kind of experienced it and worked around the bugs and just kind of
no,
paying
no.
attention?
So I absolutely have. I've created several user voices, and I'll be creating at least two, maybe three more after today.
Wow.
So like today, I released Metaopoly um, publicly. Finally, I did it privately first, but then I
Hmm.
decided I'm going to go ahead and release it publicly. Well, um, no less than 1 minute of people being in there, there's a brand new bug that I have no idea where it came from. Never experienced it in edit mode, but apparently it only exists in public or published. So I've seen where we have collision issues, and I think it's all related to that. The transfer of ownership from collisions
Hmm.
is, I think, where it's coming from. But I don't have the same issue whenever I edit.
Right.
So I had a bunch of people in there and they were playing, and all of a sudden, like, so in Monopoly, you have tokens, right? You move the tokens around the board. So in Metapoly, you have tokens and you move them around the board. Well, if you grab the token, it should be yours and only yours, right? You don't want somebody else going up, grabbing it, moving it, taking it somewhere else. So I got everything set up, scripted in such a way, and everything is assigned via script. So nothing should be transferable by colliders.
Right.
But it seems like whenever you go into publish now, if two people's tokens collide, it transfers ownership. And then the person who lost their token don't have it anymore. So they can't play anymore. What do? They get frustrated and leave. I can't blame them.
Wow.
You know, and
So
the
an
thing is
object
that's
collides, or a group collides with another group, or object collides with another object, and the ownership transfers.
yes,
Wow.
and it's happening in
Had no idea
publish
that that
mode.
was a thing.
Yeah. So I think that this happens anyways. But I have strictly inside the properties panel. There's keep ownership. I can't remember the exact wording, but the essence of it is after the ownership has been transferred by collusion, that person keeps it. You're not supposed to be able to release it. But it was weird. Like you could see everybody whenever they go to just the start go what I'm calling power on, because I want it to be metaverse themed. So everything's
Hmm.
kind of electronic, or all the properties are actually meta worlds, worlds from Horizon World.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so everybody goes to the go spot, and then when they go there, they all throw their tokens down, and then they collide, and bam, like none of them can grab them anymore except for one person. Now he can grab four different tokens, and all the other ones are like, "Hey, give me that back." And I'm just sitting up
Hmm.
there watching, like, you're not supposed to be able to do that. You can't do that. I made sure of it, and there it is. So and then I found out too the mesh objects. So this is something else I found out just after publishing. The mesh objects that they released, while they're great, they're very light when it comes to capacity. The collisions, the colliders on them are very bad. So
Yeah.
I made tokens out of them, and then in the published world, they're falling through the floor, or they're like falling into the floor by half a meter or so.
Yep.
So what I'm having to
So
do is go on the bottom of them, go into the group, and then put a block or
add a
something.
cube.
Yeah, and just leave it invisible. So after I got that fixed, right? But that's an issue, right? That needs to be fixed. Uh, and then there's another one, and it just all three of them, and it has to do with the sounds. The sounds sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. The lights sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, and it's like when people are coming into your world and it's brand new. It's like, well, this guy didn't try at all, and that's not right at all. I spent
Yep.
over, I spent a total between scripting, building, and having testers come in and run around the board with me, a total of 300 hours over several months. I've spent a lot of time. I've thought about every way somebody can break it. Well, not every way, that's impossible, but as many ways as I can conceive for somebody to break my system. And, the frustration for me is that the one that breaks it is Horizon Worlds. You know,
Right.
it should be the player, not the platform.
The
Anyways,
player, not the game.
yeah. Oh yeah,
So,
yeah.
Metapoly, I'm dying to know what property is the plaza.
Oh,
Tell
the
me it's jail.
plaza. Uh, I'm sorry. The jail.
It's not jail.
Oh no. The plaza.
Oh,
Um, to be honest, I think what is it? There's boardwalk and then plaza, right? Those are the two top,
Park
if
Place.
I remember correct. Park Place, yeah. The plaza, I'm not sure which one that is.
Oh,
Or are
okay,
you
but you did
talking
use it.
about? Yeah. So right now, Eagle Eye Eric, he was the one that was here. I just have one of his worlds in there for boardwalk, and then off the top of my head, I can't remember what I put in there for the other one. But it came down to the end where we were just kind of reading off the list of worlds that are out there and just typing them in. So I didn't put a whole lot of thought
Okay.
into it, to be honest.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if when you said there are actual worlds in Horizon that you had around the board, that maybe, you put the plaza as jail and maybe venues was free parking and, things like that.
Oh, well, free parking is free charging.
Ah,
The venues, I guess I haven't been to venues, so I'm not real sure how that would correlate with jail. But the jail is an actual jail. So what ends up happening is when you get sent to jail, the door opens, your avatar, you walk them in there, the door closes, and then you either have to pay, use your get out of jail free card, or roll a
3 rolls.
double to get out. Yeah.
Right. No, that's cool. Okay. Hmm. Have you ever thought about maybe advertising in there if your world ends up in the top 100? Like maybe Boardwalk, you could charge people weekly or monthly to have their world being Boardwalk or something.
Yeah, I did. That's actually one of the reasons why I chose to do it this way. I thought it would be a great way to incorporate everything in Horizon World. It's a good way to engage people in a small group, right? Because
Hmm.
typically you don't want to have be in a group of 15 people and all kinds of things are going on around you. Well, not everybody. I would say I'm not that person. I tend to like to have just a few people that are my friends and we hang out and we do things together. So for me, that type of gameplay was better.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many more people are going to make board games or have more smaller group games for people to play because I do agree while I have been thriving in these like hangout spaces, I mean, I think I bumped this one up to 32. I can't even check because event spaces are so weird, but
Yeah.
this world, my club world, the tours world, I try to keep those high capacity to get a large number of people in and
Mm.
allow people the chance to network. But there's a lot of value in the smaller capacity worlds of just very dedicated focused gaming. And
Hmm.
I know you were talking about Metapoly when you were dealing with the bugs early on, but the fact that we have it now, I think this is the start of bringing more of those kind of the couch co-op games or the party game kind of
Mm.
worlds that need to be in here because they are fun and you now have a wider audience to be able to just invite a group to go and play. Was Metapoly like your first obvious choice or did you just have ideas and this was the one that landed?
Actually, I have three worlds that I'm working on right now. And this is not the first one that I started on. The first one that I started on, I haven't finished, and it's partially because I was running into bugs. Um, and I wasn't sure if it was bugs or if I was just hitting the limitations of what Horizon Worlds could do.
Hmm.
Because it seems like whenever it would run, I would go over on the scripting, the
Yep.
number of events that could be called. So I think there's 2048 that can be called per frame, and that's a
Yep. About two
limitation.
thousand. Right.
Yeah, so it would go over that, the number of code blocks, and I was trying to do something. So, like, this was my first world, and this is my first time ever using any kind of code block type language. So, it gave me the opportunity to learn what I can do here, how to apply those, uh, what what's possible, and but the thing is like it was going to be a very low capacity, and it still is. But I have to overcome some challenges, and one of them being that you can't rotate the player. And I have a plan for that, but it's very scripting heavy, and
Hmm.
it's going to take a lot of testing and work. So I, I'm going to get over it. It's just a matter of time. But this was so that Metaopoly was kind of like the one that I shifted to because I see all of the pieces here. I could see how it needed to be done. I just needed to do it and work through all the bugs. And then the scripting challenges and learn how to use the code blocks in such a way that it was efficient enough to make.
Okay. So the scripting bugs that you're dealing with now, um, obviously the collision one is kind of a game breaker, but the one with the collisions is, or not the collisions, the colliders, it's not terrible in most worlds, but for yours, it kind of relies on the game board to be the platform in
Right.
which everything exists. And I had no
Yeah.
idea the severity of it until kind of we just started talking about it. But we were doing the same thing with these meshes, creating fresh new shapes and groups, and they were falling through the floor, and they were literally like dangling by parts that weren't mesh, and
Right.
we didn't just kind of contributed to the fact that we were using mesh in our groups. It was literally just like, what the hell is wrong with Horizon now? So it's great
Yeah.
that, we have people that are constantly thinking through all of these bugs and the creative ways of what is the actual root cause of the problem? What is at the core of what's happening with this bug? And if you do put that user voice bug in, obviously I'll support it 100% and share some pictures of what's breaking in mine.
Yeah.
But you definitely need to add some video as well, because sometimes the pictures, while it makes perfect sense, the team that's going to fix this, seeing how it actually reacts in the world is what helps them most be able to debug it and be able to repro it. So
I
highly
definitely
encourage
try to
that
do
if you do.
videos on all those. The I think the biggest problem that I have on videos is the length. So whenever you go to user voice, there's like
8 megs.
a maximum. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I always have to go compress the video, and it's like, well, I need to not just show them the issue. I need to show them
Right.
all the conditions that need to be in play before you get to the issue, right? Because if you just tell them, oh well, I seen on the other day where they had mentioned on user voice to one person that they couldn't reproduce the issue, but
Hmm.
I actually reproduced the issue. So what I did is I created a new user voice, but I included all of the conditions as well as a video that showed how to reproduce it. And that actually ended up getting fixed. I don't know if my video had any, bearing on that or not. They didn't respond to me at all in user voice, so
Do you
I'm
know what the bug
hoping
was?
it had to do with leaderboards. So in leaderboards, if you were to create a new world from an existing world that has a leaderboard in it that's already established, what would happen is it would put that leaderboard in the new world. So you would
Hmm.
travel there, and then it already has a leaderboard. It's a brand new blank world, and there's a leaderboard in it already. And so
Right.
I had seen that in a user voice. And well, I was trying to track down a different issue, actually, a different bug. And so I was in my Monopoly world at the time. And so I created another world, a blank world, where I was going to try doing some leaderboard testing. And come to find out, the leaderboard that I had in my Monopoly world was in the brand new world that I just created. And that didn't make any sense. So while trying to find one bug related to leaderboards, I found a different one. And so I recorded the video of exactly how to reproduce that. And I have no idea whether or not it helped them, whether or not they saw it. I didn't get any reply on my UV. Uh, but sure, no, I just say that because earlier when you were making the suggestion of the video, I try to do that every time because I can tell you, like, whenever I write it, it can make perfect sense when I say,
Hmm.
this is how I did it. This is what happened. And still, there seems to be an issue. So, but that's not uncommon. It's not like I don't look at the things that other people write and I can't understand it. Just people think differently.
Yeah, and that's something that in my professional life, where trying to translate like business need to IT work and then
Mm-hmm.
translate the IT work to the developers' language that they are going to create whatever this new product is, or this enhancement, or this new feature. And so the same thing happens at Meta, where you have this team of developers or engineers, and they're creating these features or they're fixing these bugs. And so, with the time that I spend trying to help gathering these bugs, getting more details, getting more information, the most information that you can get to put into these user voice bugs is what helps get these things fixed. And that 8 meg limit is unfortunate. A lot of people have broken them up into multiple clips, or they'll put it on their
Right.
YouTube channel and post it as private or unlisted and then just share the link. So people have gotten creative with ways to be able to get more
Yeah.
video into the user voice bug. But I mean, I agree. That's one of the things. If we had more space for video, you'd be able to go into a lot more detail. Like if this is something that travels with you from world to world, you definitely would
Right.
want to make sure you can capture all of that. So it's a good call out, and I'd imagine features and changes are probably not the best timing, but
No.
stabilizing the product, I think, is the opportunity that's going on right now.
Well, they mentioned that in the Discord that I can't remember who it was that posted it, and that's exactly what they need to be doing right now is focusing primarily on fixing the bugs that exist, as opposed to trying to expand out the features. That was the absolute right call for them, and so give props to whoever made that decision. Absolutely.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while there are a ton of people who are focused on making this platform stable, we also have to realize that they're going to keep rolling out things, changes and updates to the
Mm-hmm.
menus or to functionality, because not everyone that works on the Horizon product is engaged in bug fixing. There are teams out there that still have to do something, and they're rolling out things that hopefully are getting tested. But
Right.
overall, I get the community's frustration because I share the community sentiment of just fix the product. But when we see new things like the camera, that's a huge win. People love this camera. It's in high def and
Yeah.
it's like a mirror and gives you the ability to post to Instagram. So it was a time when we got the selfie camera that they made a change to it, and we're like, why now do I have a camera button on my wrist where it was fine up in the menu? And people were like,
Mm-hmm.
the product's broken, doors don't work, I can't travel, but hey, camera's on my wrist now. This is
Yeah.
important. But I mean, now, however many months later, maybe we're at 9, 10 months after they first put the camera on our wrist. This is so much easier just to pop it out on your wrist and then keep talking. And then, all right, my camera's here. Let's go ahead and take a selfie. So, but at the time, it was like the trade off. How important is it to throw my camera on my wrist when I can't travel and I can't see doors? So
Yeah.
there was a lot of discussion in, is Horizon really just taking too much time to put out these updates that no one's going to use? Or is it because we actually have a big team that is putting out new features and they're all working together on this product while we still have people who are bug fixing? And
Yeah.
it's a little bit of both. So it's kind of a fine tuning there. Um, So when you left and you came back because at the time you really weren't impressed with it, that's a common I don't want to say misconception, but it's a common perception
Experience.
of Horizon in December. Yeah, it's a
Oh
common
yeah.
experience. When you left, was it the appearance, or did you think that the scripting wasn't powerful enough to do what you wanted to do at the time?
Yeah, so it was definitely appearance was a big factor in it. Um, I think what was it? Zuckerberg got called out because of some picture he posted about whenever they went live. I think it was in France and
Yeah,
Spain or France or I can't
yeah,
remember exactly.
that's the
Uh,
ones.
but you know what? That being said, to me that's not a big issue. I mean, considering what you're building here, the platform, trying to get the framework and the fundamentals down, there's actually a lot that goes into all of this. A lot more than any of us, I think, could really imagine. But, this stuff, like the graphics, is something to come. But the other thing was definitely the scripting, is because, like I said, I do enjoy writing code. It's actually kind of like a hobby. I've built a couple of things. I have an interest in machine learning. I've worked in that a bit, taken a class on it. I actually have a project that it's an open source project. I guess really I don't even know if I can say it's open source because I technically haven't even made the GitHub public yet. So, but it will be. It will be. Um,
Very cool.
so it's the code blocks did feel like it was quite a bit of restriction because there's not a whole lot of functionality. It's kind of defined functionality, right? So it's something that doesn't have a lot of flexibility in what it can do. But at the same time, it's kind of freeing because anytime you write code, you can do it 10, 15, 20, 30 different ways. And then the argument becomes, well, what's the end goal? So how do I define when one way is better than another? Do I do it by performance, the number of lines, memory usage? There's all kinds of arguments you can make there. Which one's better? Well, in Horizons, I mean, to some degree, the limitation is freeing because let me just get it to work. You know, let me see if I can use what I have already to try to produce a solution. So maybe if I need to take like a left turn and all I have are right turn code blocks, I'll just take 3 right turns instead of taking a left turn. I have to be
Yep.
a little more creative with my solution. So
And it's
if you,
interesting you say that because the common thread in a lot of what's happened in Horizon, even before opening out of the beta, was instead of, like you said, trying to turn left, for turning 3 rights to accomplish the same goal. That's kind of been the theme in Horizon, is working around the tools while we wait for the tools that we need.
yeah,
And we've seen it so often where even with the Visit 2.0, people are working around Visit 2.0, and there's people actually financially benefiting heavily off of the fact that there's worlds out here breaking and they know how to work around those bugs. um, when it comes to the functionality today and looking back even at the beginning of the year, we've had 4 times more functionality added to the product within the last 6 months than the entirety of the product before that 6 months. And it's
mm,
really incredible to see that much progression. But I feel like now that we're at this point, it's going to go even further exponentially to where we're going to have so many more talented programmers from the outside world or in the physical world coming into Horizon who have experience in these programming languages to be able to
yeah,
create more immersive games. I mean, that tree right there being a mesh object in here is groundbreaking considering what the capabilities were 2 months ago. Just having
yes,
something that's not made of 15 primitives, it was designed in modeling software and imported here. That functionality being opened up to the rest of us would change the entirety of all of our worlds. And
absolutely,
the point of that being when Zuckerberg showed off the picture of his new avatar and the world that was created, which probably was in one of those programs, that was the answer to his picture of Spain and France being welcome to Horizon. the purpose that I got from it was that we're going to be able to build to that level soon. A lot of people took it the other way to where all of their worlds they worried were going to become obsolete or outdated because now everything's just going to drop into this platform and no one is going to be able to update their worlds. And it's actually the opposite. The asset
Yeah.
library has given us this opportunity where we can now start updating our world. It's like buying a house and doing renovations. You're not going to buy a house and you swipe a brush and now you've got three additions: a driveway, fence, a pool, and a garage. You have to slowly build to get to the point where your house grows to that level. It's the same
Mhm.
thing in here. Have you thought about what you're going to do in the future with what you do now with code blocks and if they open it up to a familiar programming language or maybe Unity?
Oh, I would absolutely love to move it over to Unity if we had that kind of opportunity. Um, uh, when it comes to, but I highly doubt. I don't know. I I, I want to suggest that I highly doubt they're going to do that, just because I think that the implementation of something like that would be extremely difficult to make sure that it stays compatible with what's running now. But
That is
obviously, I'm
the
making a lot of
key word
assumptions
there.
there. Um, but that being said, I think that what you're saying is correct, and that the functionality is expanding. It's definitely getting better. Like I came back, so I left in December. I came back. It was the very beginning of June is when I started looking at it again, and I got in and started working with it, and started getting ideas for the types of things. Oh, did I say June? May. I
Yeah.
started looking for the types of things that I would like to start working on and thinking about. Um, but just in the time that I've been here, there's been quite a bit added. And I would say I've I have enjoyed that every time something comes out, that there's always somebody that knows exactly how you're supposed to use something like that. There was one week though I got a little bit frustrated in that I have one world that I was working on that I was essentially trying to put in kinetic friction, and then within several days after doing all this scripting so that I can put kinetic friction into something that was rotating, they added that physics tab to the properties panel. That happened like just a few days after that. So I was doing all of the scripting for it, and then all of a sudden it was there. So it was a blessing and a curse. So the work I was done that I had done up to that point was pretty much null and void. But at the same time, now it's easy. You just open up the properties tab and you can pull a slider over and you can set the frictional coefficients, the drag on it, and you're done. It's really nice.
And so this is actually something that you got working or you're trying to get working because of the bugs.
Oh no. So this isn't a bug. This is actually a functionality expansion. This is something that I think is great, absolutely great. So like physics objects. So if you
Hmm.
have a physics object and it has a certain coefficient of friction, whether that's for static or dynamic friction, you don't have to do that by scripting anymore. It can all be done just in the properties panel of your object. So if it's a physics object, you can just slide it and move it over, which
Right.
is great. Like beforehand, when it comes to scripting, you have to see what the velocity is, the relative velocity to another object, and you have to kind of calculate in some way what the force is normal between the objects, and then you have to apply a coefficient of friction coefficient between the two. But that was all through scripting. But now that that's taken care of, you don't have to do that, right? Now you can just pull a little slider over, and it's done. It was actually a fantastic update on their part because you don't just have to move things by changing their velocity. You can move them by physically pushing them. And I think just as a mechanical engineer, that's something that I value a lot is that there's true mechanics to it as opposed to making something look like it moves.
Yeah, we had asked for the physics sliders and the physics changes I don't know how long ago. And it's kind of funny because when we were talking about the default physics materials, they were really
Mm-hmm.
bad, like rubber ball, super ball, ice, like they were
Yes.
okay. But when you really wanted a game to use one of those mechanics, like to play hockey and have a puck go across the ice, or if you wanted something that actually felt like it had some weight to it, like all of those things that finally were released with the pushing and hitting examples, and when they rolled out the physics and gravity custom fields, like that really changed a lot of these games that are out here, where now they feel a lot more closer to holding those real objects and interacting with them. um, and so I'm really glad that we got a lot of great functionality over the last so many months, especially
Hmm.
in making things feel a little bit more immersive. And I always wonder, is there more of that coming? Like, we're going to get to a point where it's a lot of the basics are covered, and then where do they go from there? It does it no longer welcome the new creator, and it's more just continuing to grow the novice and the intermediate creators to kind of advance their scripting. Do you think that
Yeah.
there's some very vital thing that's missing from the product now on the scripting side, or on the attribute side
Documentation.
of objects? Oh, okay. Okay,
I'll say that a million
that's not a
times
wrong
over.
answer at all.
That is, I'll be honest with you. Like when I first got in, so that's the number one thing that people should do if you're trying to learn something is you look at the documentation.
Jeez. That
You
is the
know,
best answer you could have given. Flex has a question apparently.
You guys are not global. We could barely hear you from up there.
What?
that's interesting.
Let me see. The interesting part is that it's extended. So, can you hear me right now? What in the world? We've been recording for literally like the last 3 hours, and Flex says, "By the way, we can't hear you."
Oh wow.
All right,
Have they heard
so
anything that was said?
there's all right,
Okay.
y'all. Welcome to Horizon Live. I'm the host, Oculus 410. Like, do I start over? No, I think the extended was the default, and so they've been kind of just listening, squinting their eyes and their ears. But
Yeah.
yeah, wonderful. Thank you for that. Now I need to add to my show. All right, y'all. Can everybody hear me in the back? Great. Let's get started. Drive through therapy. Love the name. Welcome. Question or comment? You're in a
I
party
can't
still.
hear.
So whatever you're saying, I'm sure is amazing.
Sorry, I was being respectful to the audience. I didn't want to be loud.
No,
I love
appreciate
your
it.
voice. Thank you for the compliment. I just wanted to ask, do I have to go to like school to be an engineer in Horizon Worlds?
Um, well, I'm not an engineer in Horizon Worlds.
Oh, you're not an
I'm a me-
engineer.
I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm actually a PhD student working on my PhD in mechanical engineering. So,
Oh, okay, what school did
but I'm not U of A in Fayetteville, Arkansas.
So he's an engineer and he exists in the Horizon Worlds metaverse, but he's not for
Yeah,
working with
Oh,
that
you're not
team.
you're
I
not
think.
working with Meta.
no,
Right.
Oh, understood. Okay, I just wanted to know how I can make my way in because I'm really interested, but I understand.
No, I
that
think
is an
that's a great
interesting
question.
topic.
And
It's a great.
the weird thing is, and I kind of have an answer that isn't an answer, so please humor me while I share this information. So I was told that if you
Humoring
want to
you.
work, yeah,
uh,
appreciate that.
I'm just
You
kidding.
got to pat your head and rub your belly
Yeah.
or something. So every time I spoke to somebody about opportunities in Horizon, they always said, go to the careers page. And it was kind of like, oh,
Hmm.
cool. All right, awesome. And the careers page is, these tier 5 developers or project manager 7, and like all these like super high level
Yeah.
positions that they're recruiting for. And I'm like, well, that's not going to help literally anyone in this community, because they all want to do
Yeah.
like community based roles. They want to help with something with QA or with bug fixing or with building the platform or learning scripting to be a part of the team that's creating these new experiences or whatever it may be that's within Horizon. And that really started to bother me, because the default answer is go to the careers page, but there was nothing specific for Horizon. So I set up an alert since somewhere around October, November, and here it is September. and my alert goes off every night saying there's no new job opportunities for Horizon. Whoever
Ah.
did that, don't do that. Say no. But there's literally no Horizon specific jobs posted to that page. But there is another page that Meta uses for contractors. So if you
Hmm.
message me on Instagram or Facebook, there's a lot of opportunities that are specific to what you're asking that is on that contractor page. And they
Oh,
have positions
nice.
all the time. But at the same time, I don't have alerts set up for that. So when I checked it a few months ago, that was the last time that I saw what was posted as far as those kind of roles. So I can at least pass it along, and then you can follow it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, what I have been doing is I've been world hopping, asking different creators to, teach me different things and kind of trying to get to know the community and see how they got in.
Hmm.
And a lot of them were willing to help, but just, telling me to, they were kind of offering um the services for different things, and I was just uncomfortable with it. So I wanted to come to a professional, or at least people that kind of get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, for sure. We appreciate the question, and that's helpful for a lot of
Yeah.
people who are asking the same thing. How do I find a job working for Meta? How do I get involved in Horizon and get paid through open position with Meta? And the answer
Yeah.
is, it's not as easy as you think, but it's not as difficult. You
Hmm.
just have to kind of
Mm.
put yourself out there, be in the space. The community promotion is really the core of it, because a lot of people who did get hired to work for Meta were constantly promoting what they were doing. Post your selfies
Mm.
everywhere and tag Horizon. I say it every
Yeah.
week because it's very, very true. The moment you start tagging Horizon Worlds and everything that you're doing, whether it's world hopping and promoting other people, promoting your own work, asking questions, helping with bugs, participate in the Discord, they see your name. I mean, Drive Through Therapy is a memorable name.
Thank you.
Unless it's driveth Ruth Arapi. I
No.
don't know if I'm saying it wrong, but that's something that you have a thing that you can build a brand around, and then people can't help but not notice you. So that's something that you should definitely lean into and just start posting everywhere, and people will want to work with you.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you to you both.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. What's up, Lord Jules? Go ahead and unmute and welcome. Lord Jules, I want to shout him out one more time. He was one of our winners for House Call VR's live stream Decay Squad tournament. So congrats to you. Real money made in the metaverse. Did that check clear yet? Or oh, he in a party too. Everybody partying tonight.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody wants
Yeah,
to party with
Appreciate
us.
y'all
the check
respecting the
cleared
space.
instantly. Cleared instantly. So
Instantly.
in
That's the
fast,
best
fast. I
kind.
received it.
It's nice.
Appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to give you a. I just want to let you know. I heard someone saying that the audience couldn't hear you. I could. So you don't have to restart anything or go.
No, no, no. I was joking. I think if anybody knows me by now, I'm 90. So what was I say? I was like 72% jokes. The rest of it's serious with me. But that's probably a little bit higher. I think it's because when we come out here, we're on extended, so it just barely makes the top row. But right now we're on global, so everybody can hear me.
All right. But the whole time though, I
So
heard everything clearly. So it was dope. All right. Great interview. Great show. Keep it going. Hey, let's go.
thank you. Appreciate you. Jim Greenway, I got to shout you out for your being in a party as well. I think everybody's
I'm not in a
partying
party.
tonight.
I'm not in a party.
Oh, how is his mouth
Uh,
moving? How did he do that?
I don't
um,
know. That's
maybe some
impressive, though.
background noise.
Ventriloquist.
But
I don't know.
so I have an engineering question for.
Sure.
Oh, perfect.
So how does it do it for babies when they breathe in the womb? How do babies breathe in the womb?
They
Well, that's a okay. So I'm a mechanical engineer, so that means I usually study things that have to do with the mechanics of solids and the mechanics of fluids. But that being said, babies when they breathe, from my understanding, if there's a doctor or somebody with a med degree, that would be through the umbilical cord. They actually share a blood supply of some sort with the mother.
Okay, and with that in the
which
mother, that's
delivers
like
O2.
Yeah.
and that's like a friend. The mother, or
Yes.
okay,
So I don't know if Jim gave his headset to his little brother, but Jim, I know, number one, is not a troll, and number two, has made like 30 church worlds. So it was a weird question, but if it was honest and legit, I apologize. But is the mother a friend? I guess that's a friend of the baby, and they stay
Yeah.
best friends until well beyond their birth. But Gormsy, anything not asking where babies are made?
Are you in a party?
Nothing about babies. I mean,
Okay.
you said you're a mechanical engineer,
Yes.
buddy. I'm a mechanic. You and I, not friends.
Hey,
Just
hey,
want
hey,
to put
you
that
wanna
out
go
there.
Hey, you want to go talk to
Whoa,
the
whoa, whoa.
solids people?
Whoa, whoa.
I'm actually I work in thermal fluids, so you don't have to worry about me.
Okay, just wanted to
That's
put
the
that
most
out there.
amazing comment I've ever heard. That is so well. I've been waiting for this
Hey,
altercation
but I'm going to
for
say this.
years.
I'm going to say this. So I'm not a traditional student. So I didn't go directly into college whenever I got out of high school. I'm actually a pipe fitter by trade. I've also done welding.
Hey.
I've done a little bit of auto mechanics myself. I like to build.
Okay, so you
So
know.
I'm the kind of engineer. I started out like this. I absolutely enjoy creating. This is one of the reasons why I'm here. This is one of
Yeah.
the reasons why I like to be here and put things together. I just so that's me. I'm not the type that I just went to school because I wanted a degree or I wanted to make money. I actually wanted to learn it for the tools that come along with it.
Yeah, man, I can appreciate that. Got a shit ton of tools
Yeah.
myself. All right, Mel. Well,
Yeah.
you guys keep going.
Oh, I just have to thank you for that comment because that was killer. Like all the videos
No
I've
problem,
watched and
man.
all of the repairs that I've done, and I'm like, the engineer that designed this should die. Oh, slow,
Yes,
painful
you know.
death.
You know.
And when you
All right,
said
guys,
that,
we'll
like,
keep going.
I swear, thank you so
Yeah.
much for that.
Yeah.
Problem.
He's like, I hate you. Like, no, I deal with fluids and not baby what is it?
Yeah.
Amniotic fluid, whatever it is. Amazing.
Great show, Oculus.
Ashman Media.
Great show. I just want to
Thank
tell you
you.
that there was someone hopping on your satellite dish, so you got to check out this. But great set, love it.
How long ago was that? I
Just
I
a few
blocked
minutes
that off
ago.
last time.
Yeah,
Oh,
they always find a
jerk.
way,
Yep.
those trolls. But yeah, great
Well,
show. Love
the
this
thing
live.
is, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I mean, this is something that
Yeah.
I brought back from the beta that we were literally just using for celebration of like competitions and the winners. Anything that
Yeah.
was like a really big event and a creator was part of. But it was because trying to get more than 10 people into a world during the beta was like, oh my God, everybody check who's online right now. We got to try and fit as many people as possible. And it was like we couldn't get maybe 15 people in a world. And then after the beta opened up, it was like people want these spaces. People want to come and talk and ask questions and be a part of a show. So it was like, I need to bring this back. And so
Yeah.
we're now on like 3 months solid of nonstop
Nice.
3 to 4 hour shows. So thank you to y'all for coming out and supporting it.
Yeah.
So Ashman
All right.
Media, I'm a huge fan of you as well. So, please come back.
All right, I will.
Appreciate you.
Thank
What was I gonna say? Because I was totally thrown off by the mechanic
amniotic
hating
fluid?
you for just
okay.
having engineer in your
Yeah.
name. And of course, where do babies come from and how do they friend their moms? But other than those weird conversations, I seriously appreciate each and every one of y'all. And I want to shout out a couple of people real quick, and it's not to leave anybody else out because y'all are all amazing, but so many of y'all I've seen in this world before. I love the fact that y'all keep coming back. I never advertise who's on the show. I always put out there that it's a surprise guest every week. And I hadn't even talked to Code Engineer before today about being on the show, and he just agreed to join me up here to talk. And that's really what I want this show to be about is if people really feel they have something they want to share, they want to talk about, just keep showing up on Sunday. You might be the next person up on stage as the opener, or you might be up here as the guest that's been scheduled ahead of time. If you decide to troll me, hey, it's part of life. I'll fall for it once, fool me once, but I got to promise you that something I learned from Vidyuu from Lakes. This is a Vidyuu production because I've been supporting everything that he's been doing since we first met and connected and started working together. But he says something very valuable. I give people a chance, and I want people to grow, and I want people to learn, and I want people to level up. And if somebody decides that they're going to burn that bridge, I just won't work with them. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to sue somebody if they break an NDA, or they start sharing information. It's basically I stop working with you. And in this stage of the community and of Horizon Worlds, that is a huge thing to be put on a list where now you're not being able, like, you're known as somebody not to work with. And it's not about putting your name out there as somebody that they won't work with. It's just kind of through your own actions you're going to start burning enough bridges to where you're going to be on your own island by yourself. So take that advice with you when you leave here, is that when you go and represent yourself in any business that's in here, if you're going to make money, if you're trying to build relationships, eventually your name is going to be synonymous with trouble, with drama, with problems. So I always say the people that are showing up to this show, take every bit of advice that people up here get. They're giving it to you for free. These are things you can use not just in your own worlds, in your own experiences, through your worlds that you're hopping through, but even in your personal life as you're coming up with a way to find your space in this space. And so don't screw somebody over because you want to have a quick moment of fame and try and troll somebody. Really think about how you're impacting this space. And I got a shout out, and I wish I could say your name. I don't remember how to say it, but Dev. Hopefully that's how you say it. Dev had me on his channel, so make sure you check that out. Come on up to the mic and shout out your channel as well, because he gave me the opportunity to talk about monetization in this space, about how people operate in here. But please come on up and shout out your page, your YouTube channel, and of course, what you do.
Sure.
There
Can
you
you
go.
all hear me? Is
We
it
can
good?
now.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you very much, Oculus. So I had you in my YouTube channel. So I set up this alternative application where I create a kind of like a podcast set. It's a web show. It's very cool, and I had the luck to have Oculus there as my guest. So the last episode was with you. It was super well received. People really liked it a lot. And you can find me on YouTube as Solar Punk City. So check that out, and you can add me in my Instagram account. Has my name right here, Dev. And yeah, it's like talks about tech, but super lightweight. And I got the opportunity to talk with people that works in Facebook or Amazon or Apple, and also creators here in Horizon, which is very nice. And check it out what is going on. For the next episode, I'm interviewing the CEO of an application that is coming for Oculus Quest that is going to be for dating, specifically for VR dating. And it's nice to see his take on VR dating and all the features that he's going to be bringing in his app. Yeah, so
And
that's
what's
it.
the name of
Check it out.
that company? Because I was telling you
Planet
about it.
Theta.
Oh no, it's a different one. Okay,
Maybe it's a
so
different one. Yeah. All right. Check that
I'll
out.
have to
Well, thank
find
you,
the
Hey,
one.
can I ask
Yeah.
you a question real quick? So,
Sure, yeah.
so the videos that you make, your voice sounds familiar. Have you done videos on developing for the Oculus by chance?
I have not.
Okay,
Yeah, I have some videos doing other stuff. Yeah, but
okay,
this
sure,
is this is just my maybe in my YouTube account.
sure.
You should check it out. It's very fun. All right. Well, thank you.
And
Thank you.
your world, real quickly, the world that you
Mhm.
created, that was created in Unity, that you published with App Lab, and now you use that to host your podcast. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because you were talking about your experience in Unity, and he actually uses the uh, Meta avatars or the Horizon avatars in that space, and so it's really interesting because it feels like a Horizon world, but it's I don't know, it's different. It feels the same, but it's different. I don't know. Maybe you can explain it better.
Yeah. Yeah, so Unity is a game engine where you can build experiences and you can build a lot of things, mobile games, VR games, 3D games, 2D games. And one of the integration that Meta provides is the integration with the avatar set that we are using here in Horizon. So you can just create your app, integrate that library or that package, and everyone that goes into your app is going to be using the same avatar as you are using here in Horizon, because the avatar is shared through the whole Oculus ecosystem, which is really nice. And so that's pretty much it. My app is using the Meta Avatars package for Unity, and I can reuse all these avatars.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And appreciate
Cool.
you coming back to the show.
All right.
Appreciate the
Sure.
support.
Yeah, man. It's very fun. Very nice to see you here. All right. Thank you. Bye.
All right. And as others have already taken advantage of it, please feel free to come up to the mic, ask questions if you have any questions, if you want to share anything. This is why this show is here for the community, for y'all to get whatever it is that you're looking for. If you have questions, if you need help, if there's something that CODEngineer, he just dropped his Metaopoly world and you're interested in learning more about it, there's plenty of opportunity for y'all to step up to the mic and ask questions. But while I have you up here, CODEngineer, first of all, I know it was unexpected to come up here on stage, but prior to just our interactions on Discord, and I know you've been here a couple of weeks, did you have any interest in coming up here and sharing information about, not just the bugs that you're experiencing, but some advice on scripting? Because there's an entire scripting community that it's growing, but it's also diminishing because the bugs are just really demotivating. But are you considering maybe filling in a part of that gap in the scripting community of educating, or is educating not really your thing?
I think so. We do have one question here, though. If we can, if I can pick up your question after he makes his
Yeah,
statement
yeah.
or question real quick.
Go ahead, Gormsy.
Back again. What the hell's going on behind the curtain?
Is there like a
Oh, well,
probably Flex. Flex probably being a child. It's all good.
yeah.
okay?
Appreciate the heads up.
So,
Yeah,
so
one of the bugs that I'm experiencing, if I make a change, if I go into edit mode and let's say I put up a big wall right here and you can't see me, I hit publish and then I go click on my door that's over there, or I just open a closed session, it'll literally post it without that wall. Now, if I go back into edit mode and then go back out into the published world, the wall would be here. And it's so annoying because I've been reporting that since like February. Small changes will not hold when you go to the published mode. Like I could build an entire like brand new set and that'll be here. But if I What's up, Kelper? Do you have anything you want to share with the class?
I didn't know how to get up here.
Oh.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. Worth it, right?
What
I guess.
going on?
So the show goes off the rails when people decide they're going to hop around and not just participate. So we'll send them back to their personal space and we'll high five them away. All right. So anyway,
so your question, the question that you had
my
asked,
question was about
whether or not
joining
I
the
would
scripting
have,
community.
Hi, sorry. I know
Just good
there's
night.
chaos has ensued. I was just gonna say, I've been to your show once or twice before. And I'm getting distracted by the lights. I'm sorry. That's a cool
The party lights.
The cool party lights. I've been here before, but
is that
I've never
intentional?
seen so many people trying to damage what you have going for you. And I feel like I
Oh.
should say that means you made it.
Yeah.
If people want to mess with
I
your
thought-
brand so badly.
You
Oh no, I
turned
wasn't
around
telling
and
them. I was
said-
telling you. Sorry. I to cheer.
Like, hey, you know how everybody's trying to screw up what you have going for you? You made it.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
I
no,
think
don't
you-
encourage the trolls.
No. I think you're doing
They
a
don't
great
need
job,
it.
and that's why people are so, just trying to
So
damage.
it's a
what you have.
catch-22. If there's a
Yeah.
world with people and it's in the events system, people are like, where can I go to troll tonight? And they flip through and they're
Yeah.
like, top of the list,
Yeah.
show up.
It's
And
so sad.
that's the
I
unfortunate
mean,
part.
why aren't people coming? I'm using up my time to explore new worlds, to learn new things, and I just don't understand why people have to come and like damage what people have going on. But either way, keep doing what you're doing. I think it's great.
There's one thing that I've brought with me from the physical world, and I share it in here with other people. No matter what happens, it's not what happens to you, it's how you respond to it. And so the time that I spend in here, my efforts helping the community, supporting the community, making every bit of effort that I put into this meaningful, that's what's going to matter in the future. The opportunities that I've been given, not to sit here and brag, but just to kind of put into perspective, if I would be focused on just the negative and be chasing after the people who are trying to hold me back and put me down, something that Jay Dunn said to me, and it was like at my lowest point, not even like a month ago. He was like, "I want to tell you something, and I want you to think about it, because when you get to a point where things are getting difficult, where times are at their toughest, you feel you're at your lowest point, and you feel like you can't go any further, and people are telling you to turn around and go the other way." That's your affirmation to keep going. That is telling you you're headed in the right direction. When things get difficult, that's the right time for you to keep pushing forward, because it's showing you that you're going the right way, you're on the right path. And beyond that difficulty, that's when change happens. So that's why I always tell people, everything that he's told me and what other people have told me along the way. No matter how much of a pain in the ass people want to be to you in here to be a troll, those trolls are still going to be doing the exact same thing 5 years from now, and we're going to be on a whole nother level doing things where opportunities have opened up to us that we wouldn't have even imagined. So sure, they can get a little bit of enjoyment out of being a troll. I'll go ahead and keep doing my thing, and I'll be, pushing forward, helping the community, continuing to help people grow and making things better in here. So it's up to you if you want to get your 5 5 seconds of fame. That guy finally disappeared, so it's more like 3 minutes. But
Yeah.
you can get your 3 minutes of fame, or you can contribute, help grow this platform, make it better. So, thank you for bringing that up, and y'all made it too. So, drive-through therapy was right. Y'all made it, not just me. And maybe it's partially my fault. I put that flashlight in there for people to enjoy that cave area, but because I'm not a talented scripter, I didn't have a force release on the exiting the cave. So that's my own fault. Knowing the capability of the scripting and just being lazy and not implementing it, now people can bring the flashlight out and be disruptive. So lesson learned.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and change
And
that for next week.
We've got another troll back there, by the way.
Seriously? I don't see him.
Yeah. He's been coming in and
Well,
out.
Well, feel free if you
that
see
guy
the
in the
troll to
white
just hit
hood.
pull to remove, and I'll go ahead and is it flex? Because if it's flex, I'm seriously
Yeah,
just
it's
gonna
flex.
block him. What a jerk. All right, well, I was patient enough. All right, so anyway, back to the show. CODEngineer, have the question about I'm sorry, H. Briner. Let's get your question first, and then we'll hop over. You're in a party as well. First of all, I love the fact that y'all are respectful and went into a party to not disrupt the show. So seriously, shout y'all out. And whoever did that is a jerk.
Uh-oh. Having some trouble?
Come on, H. Briner. You're still in a party chat if you got the question.
No, I'm not in a party.
Oh, I
Oh,
can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you now. Come on back. Come on back. Come on back. We can hear you now.
Come on back up to the mic.
All right, H. Briner, welcome.
All right, so just to let you know, I am a tester in worlds, and I find little holes and traps like that. And I'm a developer, and I have fun with my worlds that I build. They're called My Place with no space in it, so you'll see about 6 of them out there, and I do have fun with it. But in some of them, I've got hang gliders, and I've been trying to make it so you can hang from the hang glider and actually ride the hang glider down. I
That's
have
awesome.
trouble. I'm not a great scripter. I can script a little, but is there any way to do that?
To just
Absolutely.
ride the hang glider down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got the hang gliders on keyframes.
So it depends on exactly how you want to do it. So you can either do something like move over time, or it can be physics based. I think that there's a number of ways that you could achieve it. I think it just determines, the way that you go about it determines on exactly how complicated you want it to be. Obviously, I think we all want for simplicity, but then,
Mhm.
the more simple you make something, the less, how would you say, more less natural it feels, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And this
Okay.
is actually something, yeah. But so, can you tell me what you have right now, and perhaps I can tell you where to go from there?
Well, right now all I have them is on a keyframe, and they just float around
Hmm.
they start on top of a mountain and they keyframe down to the base of the mountain, and then they go inside the mountain, back up to the top, and back around.
So
I can tell you what
my
I would do.
yeah, so I
Make the
put an
glider a
emphasis on
wearable
force.
and then an invisible block under it that is animated. So when you enter the trigger by wearing it, then it takes you on that keyframe. That's
Okay,
just
well,
the simplicity of how I would approach it.
I tried that, putting something underneath it so you could do that, and every time it did it, you fell. It continued, but you fell. You couldn't keep grip on it. It wouldn't allow you
Right.
to
You can't
stay.
grip.
It wouldn't
No
allow
matter
you to
what, you're not going to
stay.
be able to grip.
It wouldn't allow you to stay on it. That's the issues I have. It doesn't allow you to stay on that platform.
So if you post in
Hmm.
Discord or in the Horizon Worlds community group,
Uh,
there have been people who have made like the Iron Man gauntlets to be able to kind of control your what's it called, propulsion.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's been wall riding where an invisible block as you hit the wall will appear under you so you can look like you're wall jumping. So there's been a lot of
Mhm.
creative ways where using either collisions, triggers, but all essentially will be blocks underneath of you that are invisible to kind of
Mhm.
keep you on that level as you're moving. And it's more of just tweaking that invisible block under you, whether it needs walls to keep you in it or if
I've
it's
done
because
that
it's
too.
moving.
I've done that
It's
Hey,
too.
usually
Reiner,
because of the lag,
let me
I've
make
got
this
but I think he's
drivable
suggestion.
got a better
cars.
So
technical way.
this is something. Okay, so I have an idea why, because why you're doing it the way that you're suggesting it. But here's the other problem is, well, I'm not even going to go into that. So one of the things you
What
can
turning?
do is, instead of trying to move yourself, move the world around you. So
Okay.
you can make it look like you're moving, right, by moving the floor. Or you can make yourself look like you're flying by moving the things around you as opposed to your glider. And you can steer the glider in such a way that it looks like you're flying around, but the person's actually standing still. It's the world
Hmm.
that's getting manipulated. So that's a different way to go about it.
Can you
And
have
that's,
multiple people, because I've got 3 gliders.
oh, multiple people. That would make it more difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So no,
Unless
I
they're
think
all in a
that
line
my
or something.
suggestion would be bad then. But my suggestion
Okay.
is actually where I'm going with to compensate for something like a lack of a rotation of player
Uh,
in Horizon World.
all right. Well, if y'all ever get a chance, go check out My Place Motorcycle. It's fun, and you'll see what I do. All right.
Okay.
By the way,
Well, real
great
quick before you
show.
disappear. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so
Yeah.
much.
If you want, I'll come back a little later and just run around in here and find your holes for you.
I appreciate that. I was gonna say before you disappear, this is the world that demonstrates what he's talking about. Victor Riddle Dance Club. This was kind of like the innovation of moving the world instead of trying to move you because dynamic lighting didn't
Yeah.
exist. So the entire world moves through lighted objects, and so it gives the impression that there's dynamic lighting in the world. So if you get a chance,
Yeah.
check out Dance Club by Victor Riddle, and that will show you kind of how it operates when you're moving the world instead of moving you through the world. You will notice some of the jittering, and of course, when you pull your camera out, your camera's just going to go and kind of move away. But play around with some of um, those fun ways of being creative with your world and see what you come up with. So before yeah, I'm famous. Is this your
Yeah.
niece or your cousin or whoever, or is it actually you this week?
No, it's actually me.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, my question is for H. Broner. Now I'm wondering how I'm trying to
Okay.
build a world, and I have a few worlds that I want to build, but I have some trouble scripting. So I was wondering if you could help me out with that. I mean, I'm willing to do anything, H Boner. So if you are listening to me, I would do anything for you to help me, like literally anything. I mean, I'm on my knees right now, begging you. So
What if his first anything was to not call him H Boner?
oh, what's this?
Briner.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm actually so sorry, H Briner. I misread your name. I'm sorry. I'm dyslexic, guys. I actually thought it was H Boner.
Okay.
Oh, you're in.
I'm
I
sorry.
think you're in group as
I heard you
well.
say it 3
Or you're
times,
in
and I
group
was
Yeah,
like,
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
That was actually a genuine mistake. I'm sorry. I didn't
Okay.
mean to offend you.
Okay, not
Yeah,
no
so
worries. I just
wait.
wanted to make sure you knew his name.
Yeah, thank you so much. So if you can help me script, because I have a few worlds that I want to do, some like animations and stuff. So I want to know if you could help me out with some of my animations.
Sure, I'll try. Like I said, I'm not a great scripter, but I can animate some things, and I can teach you the basics, and I can teach you, the mid stuff. But stuff like he does is way beyond me. Okay.
Oh yeah,
So
you can help me out.
yeah, but I don't know if he would, but I will help you out. Go ahead and
Okay.
put me as a follower,
Well,
and
no, you can add me if you want. I mean, I will do anything
right.
really. I'll do anything
There you go.
for you to help me
See,
out.
and that's the great part about this show, like getting connections with people to help out with your worlds. Like I always say, after every topic change, I look around the room and there's a whole new audience of people. So it's great to see all of you that have, been here before. Shout out DJ Khaled, we the best. Got a new watch, it's a chandelier. But in all seriousness, it's great to have all of these new faces, but returning faces. If you have questions, that's a cool dance. I do enjoy that. Whatever you're doing.
No, I have a tick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I try not to show that.
No, it was weird. Like I thought you were like stretching or something and like waiting for
Yeah, no,
the thing.
I have a problem. I don't want to say it on live, and I have
It's all good. But thank you
tick,
for your
so
question.
thank you so
It's
much,
all good.
Oculus. I appreciate it, and thank you, CODEngineer. And I'm sorry, Briner. If you could, we'll link up, and then we'll talk about some work. Yeah.
All right.
Yep, no problem.
All right. Thank you.
Still going, huh? Jesus. All right. So, as we were talking about earlier, yeah, it's one of those things where you get to a point and people just want to troll, and that's fine. It's part of the show, I guess. But the rest of y'all, it is great to be able to share these gems with y'all, to be able to give you a chance to ask questions, and of course, give y'all the opportunity to take part in this. So, did I ever actually get to my question? Because I've been so
You
distracted with
started
the
it,
last
but
few
no,
questions.
no, no.
What
If
was
I
the
remember
question at this
correctly,
point?
let me just try to see if I can remember exactly what you asked. I think what you're asking is what my part would be in the scripting community as for
Yes.
contributing, right?
Thank you for holding on to that. Yes.
So I think there are several people out there that do an excellent job already. Waffle Coppers does fantastic. Like I don't think I've seen anybody yet who goes into the detail, goes into the background, really talks about it all the way to the from basic to advanced. He does fantastic. I don't even think I could even compete with him if I wanted to try. That being said, you also have what is it? Praxton, I think. I kind of remember his name. It starts with a P. Praxton. Anybody remember somebody's? Anyway, but there's another intro to scripting class that goes on, and I remember seeing his name. I can't remember the full name. I can just kind of see the outline. But he does an excellent job as well, and it's kind of an intro to the scripting class, to some degree simple, and he goes through it really well. I think if I was to contribute, it would probably be more specific. Like, I don't think we need another video showing how to make a door or how to make a
Right.
window or something like that. So I think if I was to contribute, it would probably be in the ways that I've found some difficulty. Like here recently in one of my worlds that I'm building, I have a drone. So like a spin on some of the golf worlds that they have. You hit a ball, it goes out, and then it comes back. Well, I thought, well, that's interesting, but I wanted to do it kind of my way, something different. So what I've done is I have a drone that after you hit the ball, it goes out, and the drone gets the ball and it brings it back. Right, so it'll fly out, get it, come back, and so the mechanics of that is, how natural do I want it to look? So, like I was telling Briner, how do you want it to look? There's always going to be a cost, right, associated with everything. The more natural it is, it's probably going to be a little more difficult. Or if it's going to be less natural, if you're just going to say move over time from point A to point B, it's not going probably not going to look as good. So for me, having an engineering background, I have some understanding of how to implement something like a PID into a system. So just like on your vehicle, whenever you set the cruise control and it tries to maintain a certain speed, you can implement that too if you tell an object that you want it to go from point A to point B. Now move from point A to point B by adjusting these variables on it. And so one of the variables or the system parameter that I'm moving is a force that's being applied to it. And that would be something that would imitate like if the propellers were going and it was pushing it, right? So that was an interesting thing to go and do. And I don't think I've seen a YouTube video, anything online about how to do a PID in Horizon World. So that might be an interesting thing, a video to do. And then one other thing with that drone is that I found that there is a bug associated with the rotate by code block, in that if an object that you're rotating by is within a group and the group is rotating and then you do rotate by on a child object within that group, it doesn't work properly. It messes it up. They fight with each other. So I had to go back and rewrite the script so that I could compensate for that. So I had to come up with my own solution. Well, something like that, I could put that out there. That's very specific as opposed to very generalized. This is a code block. This is how you put it together. This is a script gizmo, and this is how you configure everything.
Right.
Plenty of people are doing that already.
Well, when you say plenty of people, it is true that there are people doing it, but the problem that we discovered early on, and I want to get to Lord Squall in just 1 second. When Wafflecopters was teaching during the beta and then after the beta opened up, he said something very strong that I strongly agree with, is that he will only teach people who are willing to teach others, because that's the only way it's scalable. If I teach you something and then you decide you're just going to have me do something for you and then you don't learn, but you also aren't sharing that knowledge with anyone, it doesn't go any further. And so it's not a effective way of getting information pushed out through the community. So with the Creators Academy, with Janimator, and with Mutts and Homed and Hyperjewel and all those incredible scripters, they're teaching people who are also out there teaching others. Like Pigeon number 12 is an incredible scripter as well. They're all doing this incredible work, and it's to help other people learn how to script and to be able to make more immersive and more rich worlds. Lord Squall, welcome. Question or
Hey,
comment?
what's up, Oculus? So
Hey.
I've been really stumped on what Jim Greenway said earlier. Do you think that the baby is like scuba diving in the womb or something?
I think it's more of like a particle, like they.
Oh.
We're not going to answer that. I'm just going to keep going. All right. For the third time, we're not removing CODEngineer. So whoever's trying to do it, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to turn on my recording, because my favorite part of this show is the fact that I can submit this to Oculus support, and then the next person to do a poll to remove, it's logged. So feel free to keep trolling. All right. Oopsie daisy. What's up?
Hi, I apologize for the lights earlier. I was testing out the flashlight and I couldn't turn it off. So if you guys were seeing like the colors, that's because I didn't know how to turn it off. Second, I'm drifting, so I Apologize if I'm like hopping back and forth. And third,
No worries.
so I've seen a lot of creators who are making others pay for them to, one, either go into the world, second, learn scripting, even though Meta has free classes out there. And I understand that people are trying to make money from Horizon Worlds. So what do you guys think about, as creators yourself, experienced creators, what do you guys have to say about those who are making others pay?
You want to answer that one?
So I can give you, I would say, it's probably a capitalist point of view, and that if you're willing to pay for it and they're willing to offer the service for the money, then so be it. But at the same time, do I think it's right or wrong? I really don't think, I don't know that there's an answer for that. I don't think it is. So, I'll just go ahead and take a side. I don't think it's wrong if people want to do that, but if people choose to do it, then it's their right. If somebody wants to just refuse it and not pay for it.
Got it.
So my answer to that is about three different ways. So number one, the people that are taking the time to teach, the people who are taking the time to share information, and they do it because they want to help level up. That's out there. It's freely available. As CODEngineer was mentioning, Creators Academies on Thursdays. You can go every week, 8 o'clock Eastern, beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes. One of them in there, I think they discontinued, but they're definitely teaching from a beginner to an advanced level anything you want to learn. And some of the things that I've learned, I haven't written those scripts before, but I know the capabilities of the platform to where if I at least am, participating and listening. That's great. So if I'm participating and I get a chance to actually comprehend what this scripting capability is, then it helps me be a better collaborator with other people as we're trying to figure out what's working and what doesn't work. So there's the people who are teaching because they really want to help and it's readily available. There's people that you're actually making them do work for you. So if you say, come to my world and help me, and then basically all I'm doing is speaking out loud while I do it for you and you're not actually learning, then yeah, I may next time charge you for it because it's not about teaching you or leveling you up. You're actually asking me to do work for you in your world. And if I don't want to do it for free, then there's a price associated with my time. And if you know anything about, like he said, with capitalism, if somebody's willing to pay for it, then there's a price for it. And there's always somebody willing to charge. So there's just varying degrees of anything you want. You can learn how to build a house. You could pay somebody to build a house, or you can go buy a house. You have the options, but it's up to you which route you take. Awesome. Let me get my there's a party going on over here. There's actually a party on the side of the show. What's up, Texas XC1?
Shalom.
All right. What can we do for you?
Don't you think it's cool how you can create these worlds and God created the world for us to enjoy?
All valid facts, I guess.
What are your thoughts on that?
I agree. I agree. All right. Oopsie Daisy's back. What's up?
I have an issue with children being on VR. So let's say if I were to create a very adult world and I have it labeled as 18 plus, what's the best way to prevent kids from going into this world? Is there like a place where we could put a disclaimer that says, hey, put in your age, upload your driver's license, blah, 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 blah?
So the best answer to that is there's nothing you can do. If you label it 18 plus, it's kind of a bullseye for underage children to want to go check it out.
Actually,
mostly because you can't.
Let me chime in on that. Actually, so
yeah, go ahead.
I think that so the content rating is the number one way that you can prevent kids, right? But at the same time, if your kid gets onto
That's
an
not
adult
going to stop them.
Oculus, user, right? So this is where I would say that you could have something like a world setup that has a verification, right? You can typically tell whether or not it's an 8-year-old boy or a 27-year-old man. There's a difference, right? If they're talking. So you could have something like a booth, a bouncer set up on the outside of whatever club you have, and that person would be responsible for verifying everybody that comes in. And by scripting, you can prevent people from going to different parts of your world. So that would be one way that you could filter out whoever is coming in and prevent them from going to wherever the adult content might be.
Got it.
All right, Texas with a little bit more knowledge to drop on us. What's up?
What's your favorite world?
Your world.
Well, that's a good one. What about in Horizon?
You know, if I had to pick a favorite, geez, I've seen like almost 1,000 worlds at this point now. Do you have a favorite world?
I would say right now my favorite is Metacourt 2.0.
Oh, Metacourt. Shout out Herbert Joyce Jr.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know.
Jeez, I'd have to think about that because it's kind of like when somebody asks me, like, what's my favorite song or favorite music? Because aside from IT project management, I'm also a DJ doing private events, formal events. And so people are like, what kind of music do you listen to? And it's like, it's not even fun anymore. Like, I listen to music to kind of do, like,
work
research on what I need to download and play at my next event. But like my favorite world in here is kind of similar because from world tours, there's been so many that have held their own in their own, their own right. I don't really know if I have a favorite. So I've got tons of favorites by, favorite creators. Wafflecopters and all of his escape rooms and puzzle rooms are just like, top
They're
notch.
great.
So, I mean,
Well, I'm currently creating a new Jerusalem heaven, but I haven't finished it yet, but I'll drop it. It's pretty good.
awesome. Can't wait
I'm
to check it
serious.
out. All right. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but when you're in a world, 4 hours is the maximum. And at the end of
Okay.
that 4 hours, it is going to literally kick you out and bring you back into the instance, which makes no sense to me because you don't close the instance when you limit somebody at the 4 hour mark. It just puts them back into the open instance. So I think the process that, Meta had behind it was when a world stays open too long, eventually there's bugs, there's things that
Yes.
degrade, and that makes a lot of sense if it's a world that doesn't stay occupied all night long. But
Memory leaks or something
overall,
like that.
yeah, exactly, memory leaks as well. So in about 10 minutes, it's gonna kick me, which I'm sure if there's any trolls in here, you're gonna take credit for it. So I'll just say it was because of you. You did it. You made it, as somebody said. So before it kicks me and it throws me back into the world, um, the part of the question about the scripting community was more about um, not just putting in the user bugs and knowing that there are resources out there if you need to ask questions, but if there was something that you had taken like maybe some interest in to teach, is there any interest in that, or is it more of just collaboration? Is that more valuable to you for you to teach somebody through collaboration instead of like hosting a class?
Probably more through collaboration. When it comes to a class, that means I have to set aside time to prepare. Now, what I will say this is that if I was to do something, I probably wouldn't want to script it. It would be more, or well, a different kind of scripted context. So I would probably want
Yeah.
something more like just people come in and you ask your questions. And then we do it right there and we talk about the process of going from step A to step C, D, whatever, how to get from point A to point B. And I think that's it's less structured, but at the same time, whenever I go to structured classes, oftentimes it seems like the questions I want to ask they don't really show exactly how to do it the way that I would want to do it.
Right.
So oftentimes I think that it's better if instead of going into a class where we're just going to show you how to write a script today, and we're going to show you the gizmo, we're going to tell you the difference between a local and a default script, and that's all we're going to do. Well, I think I'd prefer to go into a class where we say, what are we going to do today? We're going to take this block and we're going to teach this block how to move and to go over here and do that and all the things that are required for it. And so there's different decisions you have to make along the way. And so to really look at the thought and the process behind putting something together, as opposed to looking at the different components of it and breaking it down. Because at that point you're talking more about analytics, like how you break problems down and how you solve them, as opposed to just these are the different options and this is what happens if you do this and this is what happens if you do that. And but to me that's more natural.
Right. That makes sense, and that's why I kind of put that on the end of it, because I know I couldn't teach a class because number one I get too distracted, but number two I kind of work that way as well, where it's like let's just kind of work on something if there's a problem or if it's something that someone asks that they want to see. And that's why Lakes started doing the live streams before Horizon Live of basically doing building tutorials. People will ask in the poll, a specific thing that he wants to show off, and he'll do it live to kind of show you multiple ways to do it: the simple way to script it, the more advanced way to script it, and then his most intricate, detailed script that he can put together to make this thing do the same thing, only but more um, you know more functionality to it. So I totally get it, and I think that it's valuable to teach people, but at the same time, you put together this intricate script for somebody to do something really, really advanced. They'll watch it, and maybe a fraction of those people will pause the video when the script is done and then just copy and paste in like from their headset, and that's their script now. But there's something to what the Creator Academy does with actually teaching people and kind of putting together this coursework that's really powerful. But they're also leveling each other up. Like there's stuff that they're kind of working out while they're doing it, and I just really appreciate everything that they're doing. Sheesh.
Yeah, there's always a different level of understanding when you go to start teaching something. Because oftentimes I think whenever you're learning, that's very passive, but then whenever you're teaching, that's a very active thought process. And many times whenever you're learning, you take a lot of things for granted. There's a lot of just passive thoughts that are just accepted premises that exist that you don't even vocalize. But then whenever you're teaching it, it's like all of a sudden somebody asks a question. Well, I never actually said it, so I never really thought about it, because talking and thinking are really about the same. Well, they are the same. So the better you get talking, the better you get at thinking. Or let's say the more that you can get provoked to talk, the more you can get provoked to think, right?
No, that's a good point. So before we go ahead and wrap this up, why don't you go ahead and shout out to the stream where they can find you, anything that you're working on, or go ahead and promote your world right there.
Okay, so right now I'm working on Metapoly. Hopefully it'll get done. It'll get the bugs out of it, and Horizon Worlds will get their bugs out of it. And I'm also have 2 more worlds that I'm working on. One of them is called Attack Helicopters.
Wow. Wow. That's all I can say is wow right now. So out of 15 people in this world, 16 people, that means 8 of y'all voted to remove the guest on the show. I don't even know what to say to y'all.
I never got the
bold.
option.
that's
I never
bold.
got the option to vote.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and close out the stream. Thank y'all for checking out Horizon Live. I'm Oculus 410. Make sure y'all like, share, and of course subscribe. And we'll see y'all next week. See ya.